Baltimore, Maryland, as they leave the Kelly Benefits headquarters, getting ready for 120.4 miles. A brief neutral section as they roll out here before the racing gets underway. So our pro riders staying behind what's known as the commissar's car. You see the official out of the sunroof, keeping the riders at bay. They'll get them through a safe section before they get them out onto the course and racing. After 32 years, professional racing is finally back here in Maryland. Pratt here alongside Olympic silver medalist and Tour de France veteran Bobby Julich as we get ready for some big-time bike racing back in the United States. Bobby, good to have you here in the commentary booth. Welcome to the other side of the fence, my friend.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Go easy on me. Man, just watching these guys roll out gives me goosebumps a little bit. I mean, you can see they're chomping at the bit already. The pace is quite high, and they're going to be getting after it really quick right now.
Well, we're going to go through what today holds as professional racing returns back to the United States. You're always good to have some of the international riders and, of course, some of our world team riders back out here as well. We'll run through some of the big names in this race here in just a bit as they get through the neutral section. But this is a big day for bike racing here in the United States. American racing fans finally get to see their heroes back on American soil.
And it's such a big thing to be an American on your own home turf, racing against these guys that came over from Europe. They're going to be extra motivated. You see Quinn Simmons on the front already. As soon as that flag drops, he's going to be going. So this is almost full gas, and they're still in the neutral zone.
You see the commissar looking down, waiting for the all clear. They're also using this opportunity to make sure everyone's in the group. They don't want any riders getting dropped early. If you have mechanical on the line, flat tire, something like that, they'll let those riders chase back on before they turn the paddle green. There it is as they hit kilometer 0, and we're underway in racing.
Attack number 1 already. Team Novo Nordisk going off the front.
Oh, this is a crucial time of the race here, Bobby. The first 5 kilometers, a lot of times we'll see the first breakaway of the day get formed here. So really aggressive riding early on. You're starting to see some of these smaller teams look for their opportunity to get into the breakaway today.
Yeah, you know, everyone's been playing poker. Everyone's being kind of cards close to their chest, and we're going to find out pretty soon what the tactics are. Is there going to be a breakaway? Are these world teams going to let these guys go up the road? It's going to be interesting. Couple 5, 10, 15K here right at the beginning to really see what these guys are made of.
Pro Touch and Novo Nordisk getting the party started, bring a lot of riders with them. Now, this part of the course, this undulating up and down section, this is pretty much the story all day, Bobby. All the riders have said in our pre-race interviews, this course profile is deceptive. When you look at it on paper and when you get out there and ride it in real life, there's a stark difference from the way it looks in the tech guide.
Big time, big time. I was blessed enough to go out and ride the Bridges of Hope charity ride yesterday on some of these roads, and you hit the nail on the head. I mean, in a big group like this, you can kind of roll over these little undulating climbs, if you will. But if you're not in the front, it's kind of hard to deal with that pace, change of pace. So it'll be interesting to see once this big, huge peloton like we have right now, if anyone can get away. It's very much different than what the profile looks like when you're going 40 miles an hour.
This guy's going to use the full width of the road out there today as well. Some riders making their way over the white line, looking for a clean line up to the front. Now, you can hide for a certain part of this course. There's a certain element of being able to sit in, but once they hit this pace on the front, once that tempo lifts, you're not going to want to be at the back of this one.
Yeah, I think everyone's just trying to figure out, get their legs going, you know, get that warm up in. I think there's been a lot of nervous people. This has been a big build up to this race. These guys flew in a couple days ago, so it's going to be pretty interesting little start here. But right now it looks like a little neutral stalemate.
Biding their time, waiting for the first moves as the Maryland Cycling Classic gets underway. 32 years since professional cycling last graced the streets of Baltimore, Maryland, and it's back today for the Maryland Cycling Classic. Beautiful views, beautiful weather, and a beautiful course set up for the riders today. 86 degrees, the current temperature out there right now, hovering right around 54% humidity. Just a couple clouds in the sky with hardly any wind to speak of out there. So should be a great day for the return of professional racing to Baltimore. Once again, Brad Soner here alongside Bobby Julich as we get ready to welcome our professional peloton back into downtown Baltimore. They started just about 20 miles outside of Baltimore earlier today, raising the flag in signaling the start of the Maryland Cycling Classic. Earlier today, here's the finish line waiting for the riders. Live images coming from downtown Baltimore, again starting just outside of town. They'll make their way in, and then, Bobby, really interesting finishing circuits on the line today.
Yeah, very interesting finishing circuits here. I got to ride them this morning. You know, in every urban circuit finish, you always have a tricky road surfaces. So that's what these guys are going to have to learn on that first lap, where those potholes are, try to avoid them on the second, third, and especially the fourth lap when they're lining up the finish line. 3
KOMs on the course today. This section, right around the first 20 miles of racing, it's all about the rolling hills. It really doesn't show it on this map, but you're either going up or you're going down when you're out in Baltimore County.
Up and down, left and right, and I was blown away at how beautiful the roads were out there. It felt like you were in Europe somewhere. I think Maryland's been holding out on us, not letting us know how great these roads are around here.
And should be some pretty smooth roads out there as well. After they go through the first KOM, they'll work their way around Pretty Boy Reservoir before heading over Pretty Boy Dam. They do a loop around the reservoir before returning back down for a long run back into downtown Baltimore. So there's kind of 2 circuits. There's a top circuit kind of out in the country north of the city. This is them going around the Pretty Boy Reservoir right now. And then a long downhill run to get in. There's also another KOM there. That'll be the second one up to the top of Spook Hill before they rejoin that circuit. Then the next line that they'll hit will be the intermediate sprint line. Only 1 intermediate sprint on the day today, so that should be interesting to see how many of those sprinters can survive up and over the first 2 KOMs.
Yeah, we did not the first one, but we did the second one yesterday, and it's not super steep, but it'll definitely put a little bit of lactate in the legs for sure.
After working their way back through the countryside, you'll see a little bit of elevation gain up and over Pleasant Grove before they work their way through Dover. And then your third and final KOM coming just before 80 miles of racing. The intermediate sprint right here just past Big Spring. That's really one of the only flat sections of the course. The third and final KOM comes immediately after that on that right-hand turn. So we switch from the sprinters to the climbers very quickly right around mile 80.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there's a breakaway off by that time, but somebody could scoop up both the intermediate sprint points and the final KOM point.
And then the long run down Falls Road before they get into the finishing circuits. This will be the entry. Now, it's an important point here because there is a cutoff. If the riders are not within what they're saying is 8% of the leader's time, then they're not going to be allowed onto these finishing circuits. So there is an element of needing to make sure that you're within a certain percentage of that leader's time to make sure that they're allowed onto the finishing circuits. Back out to live images on course. Still nobody away. Looks like the Pro Touch squad out of South Africa getting aggressive early. We saw 2 of their riders up the front earlier. One of them staying up here, and then Team USA going to take a look at it as well. Man, this is so cool to have a Team USA racing. We talked about Pro Touch, the South African squad up there with Kent Main wearing number 61 leading the squad. They also have Samuel Mugisha in here, the Rwandan rider, along with Mahari Tawelda out of Eritrea, and then Callum Ormston wearing number 62 out of South Africa, one of the 4 South Africans on this South African-based squad. Good to see more international teams coming out here, and I know they're very excited for their chance to try to get some results here in the United States. This will be Toronto Hustle taking a look on the front.
Quite aggressive here, but no one really able to make a decisive breakaway yet. I think all the riders are playing from the same playbook here. They want to read the race a little bit more before they really let a break go up the road. So I think this is going to be kind of selection from the back already here pretty soon.
into a very narrow section here as well. We talked about this, the wide sections. I was talking earlier about how they were using the full width of the road, right, going over those edge lines on the outside. But here you don't really have that opportunity. So I think that also speaks to the importance of staying near the front in a situation like this.
Absolutely, and that's what I meant, that it was just very European-esque roads. All of a sudden you got the cornfields on the left and skinnier roads, and then you go down a descent and then up another little berg. It's just non-stop up and down. So any energy that these guys spend going on the front better be efficient, because you could get caught out pretty easily.
Team USA taking a look here, looking for a little bit of help behind him, trying to recruit some friends to join him in the breakaway. So this will be the situation probably for the first 10, 15 miles. Shuffle and reshuffle is the situation here.
Yeah, this one, this little move, if they can power through, this has a chance to get away, because you see that there's just one World Tour team represented. You got Legion, you got the U.S. national team. I think that's Toronto Hustle in the back. You got Hogman's Berman Action Team. But yeah, the reaction is immediate, because that would have been a little bit too easy to pop off the front right there.
Man, some really steep rollers. These are not gentle ups and downs.
And it's funny, it depends on where you are in the peloton. When you're at the front, you can kind of get a run at it. If you're a little bit further back, you can kind of back off and then get even a better run at it. But if you're at the back, you're having to slow down, and then you're having to do more watts on the uphill finish. So you want to be towards the front and be a little cheeky with braking a little bit earlier, so that you can use your momentum a little bit longer going up these rollers.
Average speed so far 33 miles an hour out there, so that tells me that they're hitting it hard on the front, and everybody has responded as well. So it has not been an easy start today.
And taking into account, a lot of these guys still haven't acclimated to the jet lag, so this is going to be a blow out the pipe sort of situation that you could get caught out very, very easily.
Huggins Berman Action back up there. Legion also getting what looks like Sam Boardman up towards the front. Human Powered Health in the mix. And then the blue and white jersey will be the Panamanian team, Panama es contra y Valores.
But I tell you one thing, these Continental and Pro-Continental squads are not afraid to launch the attacks against the World Tour teams. I think this was predictable, but you never know on race day if these guys get a little bit nervous or not. But so far, they're racing pretty aggressively.
You look at a team like Human Powered Health up here. They'll bring Arvid Decline as their sprinter, but I think they have a much better chance of winning out of a breakaway with riders like Kyle Murphy, Robin Carpenter. These are breakaway specialists, artists when it comes to trying to get away. In fact, that's how we saw Kyle Murphy win his national championship this year into the Stars and Stripes.
Yeah, on paper, that team to me looks to be the most deep. So they have plenty of options. Robin Carpenter is amazing. Kyle Murphy, I mean, riding around in that Stars and Stripes kit has got to be motivating back here on home soil.
Now, talk about what that's like for an American rider, especially over the last few years when we haven't had a ton of UCI racing here in the U.S. The chance to come back and race here in the United States has to be really special, especially wearing that Team USA jersey.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a huge deal. Morale is everything, and when you have your friends and family and press and you can speak your own language, it makes a massive difference.
Well, Human Powered Health, one of those teams looking to sort of make it to the next level, currently registered in the pro team category. That's sort of the second tier of UCI racing, and they'll be looking to make their way up to the world team category as well. Got a few squads from that high-level world team level, but the American Human Powered Health team with a lot on the line here. Obviously, Kelly Benefit's also one of their team sponsors, and so you always want to do well when you're starting in your sponsor's front yard.
Absolutely. They started right in their front yard. I got to ride with John Kelly yesterday, an amazing person, has an amazing history in the sport, has been there for 17 years. And he's one of the mega reasons why this race is happening. So I'm sure these guys are uber motivated.
Well, this human-powered health team has been a staple of American racing as well, under the direction of Charles Aaron. This goes back to the rally cycling team and even before that. But this has been one of the steadfast teams where American riders would have a shot, and we're seeing them race in Europe more and more. They're starting to take riders like Kyle Murphy and Robin Carpenter over to give them more chances to race at these international tours and international one-day races. Another really exciting team to watch today will be Team USA, the USA Cycling Squad, led by local Scott McGill, who grew up just about 20 miles north of downtown Baltimore, where we are here in Falston, Maryland. So that's got to be huge for him and his as close to a hometown race as he's ever going to get.
Can you imagine being able to do a race of this caliber on the roads that you train on? Scott is uber motivated and absolutely confident. There's a lot of young guys on this team, but I got to ride with them the other day. They're hungry, and you got to be hungry. You got to put your name in lights, even if it's for a KOM or a sprint or a breakaway. And really looking forward to seeing how this team, directed by Mike Sayers, comes through today.
I remember Team USA, a composite team, so riders on loan from their trade teams, but a lot of these guys will have teammates. Scott McGill, for example, has one of his teammates from that Wildlife Generation Pro Cycling team in Noah Granigan on this squad. It's always nice to have some familiar faces with you on a team. Little bit of a split going here. Big group. This might be too many guys even, but we'll see how they play out here, and it's really going to be about the response of the field and the makeup of this group. So, Bobby, what kind of things are you looking for in a breakaway? I mean, what makes a good breakaway early on here? 120.4 miles of racing. There's going to be plenty of time for them to bring the break back. What's the ideal number? Are we looking for World Tour teams at the front? I mean, talk to me about what you look for in a breakaway and how you gauge whether a breakaway is going to be successful or not.
I think it all depends on the difficulty of the course and the morale of the peloton. On a course like this, having ridden some of the roads just yesterday, I would want a bigger breakaway, and we just saw a nice combination with some big hitters already in the front. So the peloton better decide what they're going to do here, or else that group could go up the road.
Not seeing a whole lot of panic here at the back. These guys relatively calm here, so that tells me that the pace not super urgent right now. We'll go up and try and get a look at the front group here in just a bit, try and take inventory of who's up there. These guys trying to do the same thing here. All right, so as this breakaway tries to establish off the front, we'll keep our eye on the gap and take a quick break here from the Maryland Cycling Classic. More live action coming up after this.
With UnitedHealthcare, access to quality healthcare may be closer than you think. You'll find coverage solutions for virtually any budget, no matter where life takes you, with UnitedHealthcare. So access to care may be closer than you think when you choose UnitedHealthcare. Learn more at uhc.com.
If you're open for an unforgettable vacation, we're open for you. Plan your trip today. Maryland. Be open for it.
Say most who come stay, come and meet your people, come and find your way, This is Baltimore. You don't know real until you've been to Baltimore. So art, so pure and real for sure. This is Baltimore.
Welcome back. First 5 miles of racing in the books for our Pro Peloton out on the road. You're looking at the remainder of the field, taking a look at a large split with a small gap up the road, something like 10, 15, maybe 20 riders. We're trying to get a moto up there to get a look at them, but this may be too big. Is there a sweet spot, Bobby, for a breakaway? I mean, how small is too small and how big is too big?
It definitely depends with the number of riders in the move, as well as the different teams that are in the move. You look around very quickly when you get off up the road in a situation like this. You don't want to go up the road when you're by yourself and then there's 3 guys from another strong team. So in this situation, there is no magic number. It's just got to be a great composition of the teams and strong riders, because there's no one that's going to be going off the front on this parkour that just slipped into the breakaway. They're going to actually have to really work at it, and we'll see the condition of these riders pretty quickly.
Is it tougher to work in a breakaway on a rolling course like this? I mean, does it make it, just call it tougher for a break when you've got to work with these uphills and downhills? I have to imagine it's tougher to keep it steady.
Exactly, you hit the nail on the head there. It's always difficult to be in a breakaway because you can't really get into a rhythm. You're scared to go a little bit too hard. Other guys are trying to just soft pedal up the climb. So it's kind of this on-off, compared to if you were on the flat road and everyone just does their 15-20 second pull and then pulls off and goes to the back of the group and waits their turn again. Here you're going to have, you'll see some guys sitting on almost immediately, and it's probably not even on purpose. It's just that they're not into that rhythm yet. And remember, these guys are fatigued. They're riding in a different country on different roads. There's a lot of speculation of what this course is going to be like. So I would not expect that many people to go all in right from the start. And that's very frustrating when you're in a breakaway.
Here's a look at the riders that made that split, including 2 from the Trek Segafredo team. Yeah, some big names in here, including numbers 1 and 3, Quinn Simmons. Damian Housen getting up there for the Australian squad, along with Balmer, and then Vanmarcke and Bierman's also in there for the Israel Pro squad. Nielsen Pallas getting up there, another American for the EF Education Easy Post team. Kyle Murphy got in there. Lozano, De Silva, and Ayola also in there. Gap is not huge, but there are some big names, some real power in here. I'm looking at names like Simmons, Vanmarcke, Murphy. These are the guys you want in a breakaway.
Right away, you see Quinn Simmons and Nelson Pallas up there. Nelson is by himself, which I would not want to be by myself in a breakaway like that. But you look at the Team Bike Exchange Jayco. They have 2 of the race favorites, and they're not in that breakaway for a reason. Those other 5 guys on that team are going to have to do this grunt work. They're going to have to represent their team so that they don't have to chase, so that those 2 guys, Michael Matthews and Dylan Groenewegen, can stay nice and protected in the group. But this is just a free-for-all now. You can see the guys up the road, and it's not easy. Right now, guys are already starting to suffer.
In a scenario like this, with multiple levels of teams, we talked about the 3 different levels of teams: world teams, pro teams, and continental teams. A lot of that responsibility will obviously fall to the world teams on the front. So they're going to be looking at EF and Trek and teams like that to chase this breakaway down. But if they have a rider like Pallas or Simmons in there, maybe that takes some pressure off of them, and they can try and turn it over to a pro team or continental team that missed the breakaway.
Absolutely, but these lower, the Continental team and the Pro team, they need to get eyeballs. They need to get their sponsor's jersey on TV. So it's a very tough situation when there's the Continental teams, the Pro teams, and the World teams in the same race, because there is a big discrepancy in power, endurance, experience, tactics.
Already some riders coming off the back here. Jorge Morales of the Panamanian squad coming unglued here. So the first victim of this brutal pace being set on the front. The 2022 Maryland Cycling Classic is presented by UnitedHealthcare. Maryland, open for business. Kelly Benefits. And by Visit Baltimore. Back to the front, even some splits happening in this group. So we're starting to get pictures online from the front. So I think more riders have joined up in here, because I'm seeing a lot more pink jerseys than what's on this list here.
And that's Tom Screens right there on the front as well. This is a pretty strong move, and it's a big group. So there's going to be some decisions to have to be made very, very quickly in the peloton. Because when you put this sort of horsepower up the road in such a big group, it could be dangerous.
Again, our apologies, trying to get our pictures online here as quickly as we can. Obviously, the rolling roads. Look at this. An EF Easy Post Assault mounting on the front here.
Absolutely. He called up his reinforcements. Now there's 2, if not 3 more guys with Nielsen up there. If these guys can find a rhythm instead of trying to just attack each other, this could be a pretty interesting move for sure, because there's a lot of teams represented with a lot of the big riders.
Again, even seeing splits in this group, that's never a good sign when the breakaway is splitting itself. So maybe 15 is a little too big, just too hard to get 15 riders all on the same page with these ups and downs.
It's the undulation of the roads that's causing that sort of thing. You have one guy that just wants to take a little bit of a break. You don't pull around him. Next thing you know, there's a little bit of a gap. But I think everyone is going to try to stay in this move. Very, very little selection from the back here.
You see the Stars and Stripes jersey of Kyle Murphy making his way up to the front for Human Powered Health. Didn't know if he would have the opportunity to fly that jersey here in the United States. For the American riders, a lot of times they go to Europe and they'll never get the chance to race in the U.S. in the Stars and Stripes. So really great opportunity for Kyle Murphy to get a chance here at the end of the season.
I got to watch him win the national championships when it was streaming. But yesterday or the day before was the first time that I saw him in his U.S. national team kit. And I went up to him and I was just like, that must feel great. I never got to wear the national championship kit as a amateur or as a pro. And those guys, man, they got the helmet, they got the shoes, they got the socks, everything's Stars and Stripes. It must be an amazing feeling.
It was one that Murphy had worked a long time on getting and finally got it in Knoxville last year. Oh, this year, I guess we should say.
And just great teamwork in that race as well. And they brought most of those same riders here. So we'll have to see.
Up to the top of the next little roller. EF looking back saying, where's everyone else?
I think these guys need to take a little bit of a break because that was a very hard start. They need to find their rhythm. They need to find that optimum speed, that optimum pace. When you get a guy that's uber motivated and you realize that you need to be there at the finish, someone like Tom Screens, someone's like Kyle Murphy, you kind of throttle back. Now is the time that you just need to sit back, relax, try to find that rhythm and get the group to work, because you being the strongest guy in the group right now is not going to win you the race. You got to conserve your energy for the finale, but there's all these chess matches going on, and it'll be interesting to see how deep this goes.
Here's a team with a lot to prove. The Legion of Los Angeles team. Eder Freyr blowing a kiss to the camera. Sure, he's got plenty of friends and family watching back home in Mexico. A team that has been working their way into being recognized as more than just a criterium team. That was sort of the roots of the Legion of Los Angeles team, but as they sign more and more talented riders, it's now very clear that they have much greater ambitions than just a criterium team.
And you can see right now that gap is pretty large back to the peloton. So these guys have time to kind of assess where they are, assess how they feel, you know, talk in the radio and discuss, is this the right thing to do? How much pressure should I put into this breakaway? One thing I saw when I saw Tom Screens at the team presentation the other day, he had his game face on and he is not hiding it. Look at him just driving on the front already.
I saw Screens having a little conversation up at the front. And then the elbow flick means that he's going to be one trying to drive this. Hawkins Berman action. Oh, hitting a feed zone here. Or an unofficial feed zone, let's call it.
I tell you, I think these guys are really going to have to focus on their hydration and fueling today, because when you put out this sort of effort and this sort of heat and you neglect one of those two things, you're going to be in trouble.
It may be impossible today to get a traditional looking pace line going in this front group. It's going to look chaotic a lot out there, but that's mostly just because it's almost impossible to stay in that single file line when you have these big ups and downs on the steepest part of the roads. That's where riders are going to have trouble just sitting right on the wheel. So I won't be surprised to see that sort of jumble up on some certain parts of this course. Good short poles on the front. They're not spending a lot of time up there. That's going to lift the tempo and make it tough for these two riders trying to come across the gap. GPS telling us that Adam DeVos and Sam Boardman trying to make it across what is now a 30-second gap up to these 15 riders.
If either of those two guys can make it up to the breakaway right now, I'll buy them a beer tonight, because that is one tough bridge to make against these riders. But you see, EF Education has what now, 4 riders in the breakaway, and 3 of them, they're all kind of towards the front. That's telling me they're super motivated. They're happy with this move. All the other riders in the group are going to have to play off them. And if I was any of those other teams that had less than 2 or 3 guys in there, I'd be a little bit cautious with my polls, to say the least, right now. I mean, it looks like they're lining it up for the final sprint here, and there's over 100 miles to go. These guys are ready to race.
I think they want to make sure that this 30-second gap stays at 30 seconds. EF must like the situation up here. They must believe that maybe this group can roll it. That was really the big question at the team presentation on Friday night, and talking with the riders throughout the weekend. Does a breakaway make it onto the circuit? Is it a select group? And nobody really knows. This is one of the true wild card courses. Never been raced before. We don't know how these rollers play out. And so even the riders that had pre-ridden the course, guys like Scott McGill, still didn't have any idea of how this one would end as they came into the downtown circuits.
You see these riders starting to talk to each other, ask what their real objectives are from between team to team. But there is no doubt that EF Education Easy Post is ready and willing to put the work in.
What is the conversation like out there? I mean, let's start between the teammates. Is there much conversation that all these EF guys need to have? I assume they're getting info over the radio, or is it more about talking to the other teams and trying to recruit help and sort of get a feel for how they're feeling?
Yeah, you're hearing everything over the radio, so you really don't need to talk to your teammates very much. But when you're trying to motivate other members of other teams to join into the breakaway, sometimes those discussions are 2 words, sometimes they're expletives, sometimes it's quite verbose. So right now, I think everyone else other than EF Education Easy Post is the one to kind of sit back and just take a little bit of a break right now and see what happens, because that's a big gap right away. 4
EF Easy Post riders in this group, 3 of them riding on the front, and they're hanging one back. Is it too early to read into that? I mean, should we be saying that these 3 are going to be the worker, the one guy sitting back, or are they just keeping some powder dry?
That's tough to say. Right now, I mean, you would think that Nielsen is their team leader in this breakaway, and if I was EF Education Easy Post right now, I wouldn't be having all my guys right on the front. I would try to split them up a little bit and motivate the other guys to come through.
Again, the breakaway always looks to the biggest teams. It looks like EF will be the best equipped here on the front. They've got the strength and numbers in this breakaway. Looking for the rest of the teams. I don't know if I see a Team USA jersey up here, so I would expect them to maybe start chasing on the front of the field, having missed this breakaway. Obviously, riders like Scott McGill going to want to get up there, and I think we might have 1 jersey in here.
We got Kyle Murphy, and I do believe I see another national team jersey in there
Murphy,
as well.
the human-powered health rider, wearing the national champions jersey. I'm wondering if there's a Team USA jersey in here. Okay, just saw one pop out. So we'll try and get an ID on that rider. Obviously a big week for Team USA and Scott McGill, the hometown rider. He has had a full week of press commitments. He's really gotten a chance to see what it's like to be a big-time bike racer. Bobby had a chance to catch up with Scott before the start.
Well, I am here with Maryland's own Scott McGill. Scott, I remember back in 1990, 91, and 92 what an honor it was to have a national team jersey on in a race of this caliber. How do you think this is going to go for you guys, and what does that mean to you to wear that Team USA national team kit tomorrow?
Yeah, it's definitely always special to race in the national team kit. We got a great group of guys on the team for this race, so hopefully we can race as a team and do a good result.
And do you feel any added pressure being from Maryland? What is the vibe going to be like, or what do you expect the vibe to be like at the start and around the course tomorrow?
Yeah, I thought, the last couple months that I would feel a lot more pressure for this race, but I'm pretty relaxed, in the days leading up, honestly. It's been a success already with the impact it's made on the city, riding around. People who have no idea about cycling are, saying, "Oh, we'll see you on Sunday," and good luck. And, it's awesome that we can spread cycling throughout Baltimore, with this race.
How fun was that coming back from the ride yesterday and coming through some of the neighborhoods and people just out on the street corner saying USA,
yeah.
USA.
Yeah.
I mean, that just brought back so many memories, and I'm just so glad that you guys get to experience that. And then it being in your home state of Maryland is pretty amazing as well. Have you learned anything from your recon rides that you're going to use to your advantage on tomorrow on Sunday?
I mean, those are the roads that I typically train on anyways. So I've been doing, some longer rides on the course just to get familiar with it, but just because also it's phenomenal riding around here. So, the course is where I would normally ride anyways. So I've been, doing the course specifically, but yeah. So hopefully it's a little bit of a home field advantage, but we'll see.
Well, I got to partake today in the Bridges for Hope charity ride, which is on the similar roads that you're talking about. And I have to say, you guys have a little secret that you haven't told anybody yet about the quality of these roads around here. So, man, I wish you all the best. But one of the things about cycling is momentum, is confidence. And you recently won 2 stages, not one, but 2 stages, one of the hardest, in my opinion, one of the hardest races over in Europe, the Tour of Portugal. How do you think that that's going to translate over here? I mean, you obviously sound very, very relaxed, but is it because of those wins that that the confidence there, the momentum is there, you have the team support, you have the city support, you have the state support? Is that going to help you on Sunday?
Yeah, having a couple wins in the bag, last month definitely helps with the confidence, and I guess, helps keep me a little bit more relaxed. Basically, I know what I have to do on Sunday. I just have to do it, right?
Okay, dream scenario. How would you see this race panning out in an absolute dream scenario?
To win. You never go into a race thinking anything else.
Okay. Well, all the best for tomorrow. Go Team USA.
All right. Thanks.
One goal, win the bike race. Gotta like the confidence of this young man.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure talking to him, and he's so young, and he said that he wasn't like this crazy talented junior, but you can see his progression. And to quote one of my best bosses ever, Dave Brailsford, he always said, focus on the progression, not perfection. And Scott is doing it right, and he's taking that step by step, and this is a big opportunity for him.
Really, for any young American looking for exposure to these European teams, you don't get a lot of opportunities like this. We did see Patrick Welch in this breakaway as well, the young American who normally races for the Kelly Benefits Devos squad, got called up to Team USA, the reigning amateur time trial national champion here in the United States. So this will be a guy that can put in some big efforts in that breakaway, and if it works out, can you imagine an amateur time trial champion getting a chance to go up against World Tour teams at the Maryland Cycling Classic?
And you can see just with the time splits right there, if they're correct, everyone is having to go equally as hard right now. So no one's really getting a free ride.
Do see some team cars up feeding the riders at the back of the group. They also have some cars into the gap. So we saw Kyle Murphy back at the car earlier. And normally They won't put cars in that gap until it gets closer to a minute. So I'm wondering if this 30-second gap might be a little outdated. I would be surprised if they put this many cars into a 30-second gap back to the field.
Yeah, it's a super hot day. These guys need to stay hydrated, but when you see the cars going up, you know that it's more than 30 seconds. Team Novo Nordisk moving to the front. I'm sure the riders will try to get fed from the back, but right now in that breakaway, if you can get a car behind you and constantly get some water, some fuel, and some of those ice socks you see in the back, the little lump on the rider's neck is actually like an ice sock just to stay a little bit cooler, because it is warm out there today, especially directly in the sun.
Adam DeVos and Sam Boardman trying to make it across this gap. Those are your two chasers sitting between the breakaway and the field. So we're calling this chase 1 up on the front. These are both guys that can do it. Boardman and DeVos are huge diesel engines. Boardman has spent the better part of his season riding the front of the American Criterium circuit in support of his sprinters. But this is a guy who can put in a huge 20-minute effort, and I'm wondering if that translates onto the rolling hills outside of Baltimore.
This is tough. I mean, like I said, I'll buy both these guys a beer, because for two guys to bridge that group, it's going to take a while. You're not going to bridge that in 1 mile. You're going to have to take it slow by slow, bit by bit, and after a while your morale starts to sink and you realize maybe I should just go back into the peloton and try something later in the race.
How do you make that decision to pull the plug? I mean, is it just a feeling? Is it kind of tapping on the gas gauge? Do you give yourself a gap that you try and hit? DeVos already coming unglued off the wheel here.
Bike racers are very stubborn, and that's what makes them able to go out and train and make the sacrifices that it takes every day to be a professional. And sometimes it's a little bit led by ego. So hopefully the DS in the car will say, hey, listen, this is probably not the best way to use your energy. Just save it, and maybe we can do something later. But I don't think Adam's going to get that free beer tonight.
So Boardman going to be on his own trying to make it across the gap here. Again, that is a huge gamble for the Legion of Los Angeles rider, because if he doesn't make it, he's going to have burned a lot of energy trying to get across here. And I'm sure he would love if EF Easy Post would let up on the front a little bit, give him a better chance to get back in. But it doesn't look like these guys have any intention of letting up.
On a flat road, when they start to let cars go by, you can kind of get a draft and get sucked along and maybe get a little bit of a free ride back up to the lead group. But on these undulating roads, those cars can just punch it when you can't, and the gap is made and you're not getting any real draft from the car, even for 1 millisecond.
It's got to be tough for Boardman, because he was in that first split. He was the guy that was trying to drive it, trying to go. No one went with him, and now he's like, now you guys want to go into the breakaway. So Boardman trying to redouble his efforts to get back into the break that he really started.
I guess we know what the team tactic was, and Sam is not giving up, and you never know. These guys let up in the front a little bit, and maybe he can actually go faster by himself instead of waiting for Adam.
And Boardman's such a selfless teammate. That has been my biggest impression of this guy watching him race here in 2022. A guy that's not afraid to sacrifice his own ride for the sake of the teammates. So I got to think that Boardman's sole focus here is getting up there to help Eder Frere. This is not about Sam Boardman trying to win the Maryland Cycling Classic. He's saying, I got a teammate up there that's stranded. I got to give this guy some help.
Yeah, you don't want to be solo in that move right now, especially when EF Education Easy Post has 4 riders. Trek has at least 2, and those 2 guys are their big favorites. But right there, you see what's going through his head. He's like, what am I doing? Am I making any progress? And all you need is that little carrot. If you can start to see the back of the caravan of the cars, if you can see the back of the peloton, it's going to give you so much more energy. But man, when you can't see anything, that's when your morale starts to fade. And as you can see on the front right now, these guys are not messing around. They're getting their rhythm going. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what the real time splits are in this group right now.
See some EF riders back at the car as well.
Yeah, you got to stay fueled. You see the guys taking the water bottles, they're drinking them, they're pouring them over their head. The teams today will go through so many water bottles. It's pretty crazy what these guys have to consume to stay hydrated and well fueled.
Boardman railing the corners here. He does have that moto up in front of him, so at least he's got something to look at up the road here.
That's a pretty lonely view, I must admit, and especially when you see more and more cars going across the gap, you know that that gap's not getting any smaller.
And then this will be the back of the peloton, which I think is mostly still intact. We haven't seen many riders coming off the back, so once this break gets established, those guys in the break, or those guys in the field, might be able to relax a little bit. Boardman 7th place at the Time Trial National Championships this year, so he's not a terrible time trialist. He can do some individual efforts, but for how long is the big question, and then how much he'll have left if and when he does get up there.
The breakaway right now has such a big advantage over these rollers because they can blob up and basically roll up half of the roller and not have to really do that much work at the bottom when Sam has to do it all on his own. I think it's just a matter of a few kilometers here before he has to make a decision because he's really just beating his head against the wall right now. It's tough. I mean, these guys work so hard, and obviously his job was to be in the breakaway. He wants to represent his team and himself in that breakaway, and maybe he feels a little guilty that he hasn't been able to make it, and he's going to give it his all to at least try.
Boardman's got no help, no car with him, no other riders with him at this point. Just him and his thoughts. Maybe the team radio in his ear. Do you want to hear anything from the team director at this point? I'm not sure who is driving in the car for Legion of Los Angeles, but is there anything that you can tell Sam Boardman? Are you giving him time gaps, or do you kind of just let the cards play themselves out?
Well, I think it's CJ Williams in the car today, and I'm not sure if they're in communication. A lot of the times when you are separated with these kind of like canopy covered roads, radios don't really work that much. So Sam may think he still needs to make it into the breakaway when his director is telling him in his ear that he can't hear, that he should probably slow up. But 5K to go before the KOM. It's going to be interesting. There's only 3 of these. I would anticipate one of these Continental or Pro teams to try to take the points, but against the World Tour teams, you never know what they want, if they just want the whole enchilada or if they're going to let these smaller teams go for the King of the Mountain points.
World teams lining it up on the front here. Trek Segafredo, EF Education Easy Post.
But you can see they're in a little bit more of a rhythm now. It's not just EF Education Easy Post. You got Trek Segafredo, you got Bike Exchange Jayco, you even got Kyle Murphy pulling through. They're starting to get a rhythm, and that is going to be kind of a bummer for Sam trying to chase on.
So remember, first of 3 KOMs coming up here. Maybe they let up a little bit after they get over this KOM. The riders that want the KOM points get what they came for, and then they can relax a little bit. So looks like Hagen's Berman Action going to try and put some riders up here. They're interested in it.
And Tom Squeenge, he races so well all around the world, but especially when he's over here in the U.S. Like I said, he had his game face on. He looks fantastic today. Let's just hope he saves a little bit of energy. But yeah, there's going to be some teams going for this. There's no doubt about it.
We'll see if we get a look at the KOM as Boardman continues to make his way across. We were talking about the radios earlier. I don't know if I see an earpiece in Boardman's ear. As we see a split up in the breakaway here. We'll call this 5 going clear.
That's a really good point. You know, these guys don't do this level of race that often. They probably don't need the radios, so you got to wonder if Legion of Los Angeles even has them or wants them in this event.
So this will be the bottom of the climb. You see where it kicks up right here. So KOM number 1 underway, a 1.3 mile climb with an average gradient just over 5% as Eder Freyr makes his way up to the front with Kyle Murphy leading him through. So that small split came back. Toronto hustle up there. But this will be a big tell. This will give us a good idea of who's interested in these KOM points today, who's going to be going for the next 2 KOMs after this, and who's here to try and win the bike race out of the breakaway.
Whenever you put a line, if it's a finish line, a sprint line, or a KOM line in front of a rider, you get that extra little rush of adrenaline because it's competitive. And if you can win one of these, or especially 2 of these, you have a good chance of taking the overall KOM and being on the podium here in downtown Baltimore.
See Simmons keeping an eye on it off to the left-hand side of the screen. We did see Pierre-Andre Cote up there in the Canadian National Champions kit, although he has since faded back. Eder Freyr up there as well. It doesn't look difficult now, but remember the checks that they're riding now, they're going to have to pay for later on in the day.
And how cool must it be for Oscar to be on the wheel of Nielsen Powless, who had such a great Tour de France. You know, he probably only dreamt of being on his wheel in a race like this. All these guys, you know, there's a certain amount of respect and admiration for each other, but on race day, you know, it's kill or be killed. But I'm sure there's quite a few guys here that are quite excited to be in that breakaway with the caliber of riders that are there from the World Tour.
Boardman suffering on the climb here. If he didn't make it before the bottom of the KOM, that's not going to fare well for a solo guy trying to climb here. You can see the stark difference in speed between those 15 up the road, or 14 up the road, and Boardman back here. Here's Nielsen Powless back up on the front.
Remember, Nielsen hasn't raced since the Tour de France. So just for him to be up here already in his first race back since the Tour de France says that he did some really good training this last couple weeks.
Inside 1 kilometer to the King of the Mountain line. I believe this will be Alexander Camp up on the front trying to work for Quinn Simmons. And this certainly looks like a setup for Simmons to try to pick up maximum points here. Eder Freyr will be locked in right behind him. I can't imagine all of these riders are interested in points. Maybe 3-4 guys go for the KOM here.
Yeah, and like I said, it's an opportunity for any of these guys to just have their name in lights for a little bit, and that's what you want. You know, these guys are racing over here in America with maybe aspirations of getting on one of these teams that they're racing against right now. So you want to make the best impression possible, and you want to take full advantage of every situation. And I know it's not a race win, but if you can win a King of Mountain jersey in a race like this, it's something. 200 meters to go. We got Oscar taking off on the side, but Quinn is going to give him a run for his money.
Oh, great move here from Legion of Los Angeles. Freyr and Simmons going to go at it together. This will be a good old-fashioned drag race to the first King of the Mountain. Simmons just gets there over the KOM, so Quinn Simmons will pick up maximum points up and over KOM at number 1. He gets on the radio to give an update on the situation, saying, "I got it. Thanks for the help."
Oh man, Oscar, I thought he had that, but Quinn and the Trek Segafredo boys just showed their cards. They're here to run the table and take it all.
You see Freyr let it out early as Simmons came over the top and then almost ominously looking back. I'm not sure if that's a smile or a grimace from Eder Freyr there.
I think a little bit of both. When you know when that guy's wheel passes you that it's over. But I think Quinn wanted to get that sprint. Didn't expect that sprint to be as difficult. Oscar gave him a run for his money there, and now he's going to have to take a few minutes and recuperate from that, because that was a bigger, harder effort than he wanted to make right there.
Boardman still stuck in the gap. They're updating that time gap to right around 45 seconds. So he's still got a bit of climbing to go. And these guys are just out of sight for Sam Boardman. You can't quite see the back of that caravan to the back of the peloton, partly because of the turns and ups and downs in this road. But once he gets a glimpse of them, he might be able to get in there. We'll see if he can pick up speed going up and over this KOM.
Yeah, he's going to have to find a lot of speed here.
Along with Bobby in the booth with me, we also have Rasan Bahati with us here this week, catching up with some athletes both before and during the race. Rasan had a chance to catch up with Sam.
The day's here. Big day is here. How you feeling?
I'm excited. I honestly can't really express really just how much it means to have a race like this back in North America. I think it's been a long time since we've been able to see a race of this caliber, but also a race of this nature. It's very rare in America that you are able to get a course as dynamic, as challenging, and as supported as this one that you see, where we're going to have some really super cool roads up in North County before heading down into a Baltimore City circuit. So I think you're able to embody a lot of what makes road racing cool in Europe, which is that cool Ardennes style up and down hilly country roads. But then we get down into downtown Baltimore, and that embodies everything that American bike racing is, which is hot, badass American speed and urban setting.
Awesome, man. You guys brought a really, in my opinion, a really good team. You have a couple cards to play. What is your role today?
My role is just to try and support the team as much as I can, be it getting into a break or going back to the car and getting bottles. That's just been my role all year. The entire time that I've been on the team, I've devoted myself to being a workhorse, and I relish the opportunity to just make sure that I can get my teammates to the end of the race in as fresh a position as possible.
Awesome. Well, I know you guys are like America's team, so everyone's rooting for you. Good luck today.
Thanks, Rasan.
Well, Boardman trying to do the impossible and make it across this gap. He has a 45-second deficit to make up to the 14 leaders up the road. We'll keep our eye on that as we take another break here from the Maryland Cycling Classic. We'll be right back after this.
UnitedHealthcare offers coverage plans designed for your unique needs, no matter where you are in life. So access to care may be closer than you think with UnitedHealthcare. Learn more at uhc.com.
If you're open for an unforgettable vacation, we're open for you. Plan your trip today. Maryland. Be open for it.
You know what they say, most who come stay, come and meet your people, come and find your way, This is Baltimore. You don't know real until you've been to Baltimore. So pure and real for sure. This is Baltimore.
Back up to the front group. EF Education Easy Post continuing to drive the tempo up here. This has been the story for most of the day since this breakaway formed. The American squad has really taken charge of this breakaway today.
Absolutely. I don't think we've seen many other guys on the front besides that team, and there's a couple guys getting a free ride in the back, which is exactly what I would do right now. But you're starting to see the gaps being established, and now it's just a chess match out there. Who is strong in this front group? Who is keeping their powder dry? And we're going to see pretty much the same of this, I think, for quite the next few miles.
See some riders already pouring bottles down their back, trying to cool off. And temperature only 86, but there is going to be some heat coming up off of that pavement. Obviously not a lot of shade on this section of the course, so trying to stay cool. Saw a lot of riders starting with ice packs down the back of the jersey. We talked about that as well. I would imagine we'll see them continue to go back to the cars throughout the day.
Absolutely. Hydration and fueling has got to be on top priority for all these guys. And when I say that, it's just constantly reminding yourself to eat a little bit of carbohydrate, to drink a little bit, and constantly doing that. Because if you get stuck in the race and you kind of go 20 or 30 minutes without doing one of those two things, you get caught out, and it's hard to come back.
Tom Scoinge taking over on the front. Team Skyline also getting Michael Pincus up into the breakaway, and a wave from Kyle Murphy up on the front. Now that the KOM is behind him. Boy, these guys are not spending a lot of time. Very quick turns up here on the front. Seth Vanmarcke takes over next. We'll turn it over to Tom Scully.
Some strong boys up there, that's for sure.
Yeah, and they're working. This is a major change from the way things were going earlier before the KOM. Everybody was content to just let EF do all that work, but I think EF has put the message out that, hey, we're not going to do this all day. We're going to need some other contributions from this race if you want this breakaway to work. Boardman can now just barely see that car in front of him. That'll be the back of the caravan that's chasing that lead group. So that's really all he has to get to. Once you get into those cars, it's easier to draft your way back up into the group. There's probably 6, 7, maybe 8 cars up there behind the breakaway.
And just that carrot of seeing that car will give you 20 or 30 more watts of motivation. And once you see that distance getting closer and closer, it's just like a snowball rolling downhill. You just get that momentum, you get that morale back, but you've got to have that visual.
Boardman swapping the position of his bottles. What's he doing there? Do you keep a full bottle on the down tube? Is there a better place to carry weight on the bike?
No, I think riders nowadays, they just realize they don't want to be littering. And I think that first bottle that was in the front, that's done. He put that in the rear bottle cage and then took a full bottle and put it in the front because it's a little bit easier to feed from the front water bottle cage. But very responsible riding from him because you know you don't want to be throwing these into the cornfields. They're not out here to litter. And I think that's been a really big thing in a lot of the European races is that they're hitting on the fact that, hey, just don't throw your trash in your water bottles. If you do have an empty water bottle, that's a souvenir. That's, you know, you go to a bike shop, those are $10. But if you get it at a bike race from a guy that was in a bike race, it's a souvenir that you're going to hold on forever. So don't just chuck it into the bushes or into the lake. You know, maybe drop it off very, very slightly and gently in front of a young, hopefully new fan of cycling.
They do have a few what they call green zones on this course as well, where riders can dump their trash off. That'll be cleaned up by the race organizers. Then they usually dump them in the feed zone as well. The teams will pick those bottles up before they depart the feed zone. So maybe we'll see Boardman dropping his bottles. They come up to the first feed zone of the day. David Lozano, Spanish rider, doing some work up here.
Team Novo Nordisk, to those of you that do not know, every single rider on this team has type 1 diabetes, and this team is changing the world of diabetes. Quite a while ago, people who had diabetes didn't think they could do sports, didn't think thought they had limitations, and now you see a guy living with type 1 diabetes is in the breakaway here in the Maryland Cycling Classic. That's just fantastic.
Jersey bottle coming from the human-powered health rider. Not sure where that came from or how long he's been carrying it.
Look at these guys. They're all mowing down bars and gels, getting those carbohydrates in because, like I said, that was a hard start. And, you know, the glucose or the stored energy that you have in your body, it's like a debit card. If you take out too many withdrawals and not put in any deposit, you're going to be, you know, empty at the end of the race. So these guys are constantly training themselves to remember to eat and drink. And when you have a earpiece in your ear, it's a little bit easier because your director's constantly telling you that. But some of these guys just have to do it on their own. Well, this is the first time that we've actually seen what's left of the peloton, isn't it?
Yeah. So DeVos will be back in this group. Sam Boardman is going to be the only guy left in the gap between the breakaway and the field. So this is what's left of your race. And looks like Team Bike Exchange Jayco leading the chasing up on the front here. They've got riders up in the breakaway, but maybe the wrong riders there, just not comfortable with the makeup of that breakaway.
But you saw that pan shot. These roads are just like a roller coaster. It's just constantly up and down, constantly taking your speed, constantly increasing it. And wow, this is interesting. You got Trek Segafredo with 2 really good, strong guys in the break, and now Team Bike Exchange Jayco doing a little bit of work on the front. but you can kind of see the difference in speed and focus and intensity right now. This will be interesting.
Well, Bike Exchange Jayco want to get there for either Michael Matthews or Dylan Groenewegen. They have two very strong cards to play if they can get those guys into the front group coming onto the circuits. As long as they can deliver a guy like Bling Matthews, this is going to be a perfect closing circuit for him, this last little sprint. But they've got to shut down that breakaway first. So I think they've got guys in the breakaway, but they're the wrong guys because they want to see Groenewegen or Matthews at the finish today. Here's your Trek Segafredo squad. We talked about Quinn Simmons up in the breakaway, along with Tom Skoyne. He's been doing a lot of work. The Latvian wearing number 6. Then they also bring Tony Galopin, the Frenchman, along with Camp, Mosca, and company. It's a group ride up on the front here for Trek Segafredo.
Yeah, they at the team presentation, that was the team that really looked like they were switched on, very, very confident. Mads Pedersen, their teammate, won a stage in the Vuelta the other day. That's just given them a lot of morale to come over here and do as well as they can.
Another couple riders trying to roll away here.
And this is where what you said at the beginning, maybe the group is a little bit too big. This is going to be a constant thing all day long, and I would imagine that a team like EF Education Easy Post would want to keep these guys back in the group and not break this group up quite yet.
So I think the Hagens-Berman action rider will be Darren Rafferty. Rafferty got to the front coming up to that first KOM, sat back a little bit, and is now reset. But the question is he getting any help here? And here's where they went. I used a
on the
little
back
moto
of the motorbike. You know, these young kids, they're experienced. They know all the tricks of the pros already.
Yeah, don't hate the player, hate the game. They are going to ring that one back in, though.
Look, he's getting it. Oh my gosh. Oh man, I tell you, I was in that situation. I know a lot of my ex-national team guys, when we made a mistake like that, we were told by a senior rider, sometimes not so gently,
yep,
don't do that again.
Yep. And I think that's exactly what just happened there. Back to the front of the group, Bike Exchange Jayco and Israel Premier Tech. You see Trek Segafredo a little farther back. This will be the human-powered health car finally making it up into the gap. Not sure if they were maybe waiting to go across or if this is just the first opportunity that they've had.
Man, I'd hate to say it, but Team Bike Exchange Jayco is in a little bit of a disadvantage here because the other teams, the world teams up the road, have guys that are leading team leaders. Their two guys, which are arguably the best, both of them have won stages in the Tour de France this year. They're going to have to sacrifice some guys here and then maybe even bring back the two guys that are in the breakaway once we get a little bit closer to the finish. It's not time to hit the panic buttons yet, but they need to keep a little steady tempo here or the impetus is going to go totally out of this group and the gap to the breakaway is going to balloon.
Again, they have Schultz and Balmer up here in the front group, but these guys back in the field are going to be working for Matthews and Groenewegen. So I think it's just a matter of having the wrong riders in that front group. Bike Exchange Jayco bringing a 7-rider squad. Again, Matthews and Groenewegen going to be the leaders. Damien Housen maybe has a chance. Schultz, Jan Maas up there as well. And then Alexandra Balmer, the Swiss rider, along with Elmar Reinders, rounding out that squad for Team Bike Exchange Jayco. An Australian registered team, but you'll see this with a lot of these international teams, especially as you get to the world team level. Just because a team is registered in one country, they'll have riders from all over the world. There's really no relationship between where the team is registered and the riders that they have on that team. A lot of times they will try and have those riders, whether it's a sponsor obligation or just wanting to have an identity for the team. But when we talk about the nationality of the team, doesn't have anything to do with the riders on the squad. Here's young Liam Flanagan back feeding at the car, getting some bottles and advice from Mike Sayers, one of the best in the biz for these young guys.
That national team jersey looks good on him, that's for sure. And when you're back there getting bottles, you see him stuffing a couple bottles down the back of his jersey. Not the easiest thing to do, especially when you're taking your hands off the bars, but he's trying to go up there, give as many bottles as he can to his teammates so that they don't have to come back and do the same sort of thing.
Flanagan, another rider that came from that Kelly Benefit Strategies sort of Devo program, trying to get those riders to the next level. So when the team doesn't get an invitation to a race like this, being able to get onto the Team USA composite squad is huge for these American riders. So we talked about riders like Scott McGill, that Wildlife Generation Pro Cycling team, not in the Maryland Cycling Classic, but McGill gets the opportunity with the Team USA composite team.
You just have to have a number on your back, a chip in the game, and no matter how you get into a race like this, you want to get into a race like this. And you know, wearing that national team jersey is quite an honor. And I have to question why there's so many of the national team guys going back for bottles at the same time, but I guess somebody up in the front is thirsty.
Gap going up here. They are approaching 2 minutes to Boardman, already over 2 minutes to this field. So this breakaway is gone, at least for a while. This is going to be the status quo for probably a good chunk of this race, unless a miracle happens back in the field. With guys like Quinn Simmons driving on the front here, I have a hard time seeing how this gap comes under 2 minutes anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it right now, the group is large enough to stay away for a longer period. If this was a smaller group of 4 or 5 guys and they had this advantage, you probably wouldn't be as nervous. But this is a big group, and sooner or later they're going to have to, you know, start working. Everyone's going to have to start working. But you know, Trek Segafredo with their 2 big guys up in the front. Team EF Education Easy Post with Nielsen Palace and 3 of his other buddies up there. And you can see Israel Startup Nation, Israel Premier Tech, excuse me. They're not nervous to drive the pace as well, but you see it's only like 3, 4, or 5 guys and then a bunch of guys sitting on, but those guys are going to have to rotate to the front sooner or later. But right now the pace is more than enough this far away from the finish. 90 miles to go still.
These guys still taking short pulls up here on the front. They're not spending a lot of time when they do get up there. I see Murphy on the radio. What kind of stuff would he be talking about with the team car in this scenario? I mean, it seems to me like this plan is pretty well established as to how this one is going to go. What's Murphy looking for in a scenario like this?
You know, with this far out to go and so many options, you got to just wonder if he's asking, you know, what's the score of the baseball game? You know, something to kind of take his mind off of what's going on. But you see, this group is just not really working well together. Once you get off the back here, and then another guy drilling it in the front, somebody's going to have to close that gap. So this interesting little tactics that are going on here, but it's still fast enough. Somebody's going to close the gap to the group, and they're going to get back together. But one of the guys that I just saw on the front there from Toronto Hustle, interesting story there. His name is Michael Foley. He just won the Canadian Track Individual Pursuit yesterday. Remember, he didn't show up at the team presentation because he was racing, and all the guys were like saying he's the leader. Well, he got in actually this morning at 12:30, and now he's in the breakaway here, just off of winning the Canadian National Individual Championship. So, Michael Foley, good on you, mate.
Maybe not the best prep coming into a road race like this, but at least he got some riding in the legs, right? At least he got to turn the legs, but a 12:30 arrival is certainly not ideal the night before your race.
I'm sure his teammates are happy because they were really touting him as the leader of the team, and we'll have to see if he's recovered from that individual pursuit title enough to stay in this breakaway and make a difference there at the end. But you can just see Michael Matthews right now. I think they realize that they made a mistake. But that comes with the territory. When you have two of the biggest favorites in the race on the same team, the other teams are going to look at you. And I must say, they got outmaneuvered here. I'm not saying that it's over. There's a long way to go. But I would rather be one of these teams like Trek Segafredo, EF Education, Easy Post in the front right now, kind of calm, cool, and collected, rather than Team Bike Exchange, Jayco in the back, maybe having some second thoughts of what they need to do and maybe pivot and do something quite extreme here. Their director in the car is one of the best directors ever, Matt White, and he's unconventional, to say the least. So maybe this is part of the plan. Maybe they saw that they're going to be the favorite, and they got something going on.
A lot of history along the course here in Baltimore as they make their way back down into town. We'll be talking about some of the historic sites along the route, including Fort McHenry National Monument, which we had a chance to visit.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to Fort McHenry. This fort, during the War of 1812, will be the site of a British bombardment on September 13th of 1814. Towards my right will be the Patapsco River. That's where the main British fleet was, roughly 4 miles out by the Key Bridge where it stands today. 2 miles closer towards the fort will be the bombardment fleet of 5 bomb ships and 1 rocket ship that will bombard this fort of 25 hours with 1,800 bombs and rockets. As one of the earliest forts built in the 1790s, Fort McHenry will serve through multiple wars. During the War of 1812, there was roughly 50 guns between the Star Fort and the water batteries. The fort's role does change over time, as well as the weapons, as indicated behind me here with the Civil War era guns installed in 1865. On the morning of September 14th, 1814, and the dawn's early light, the British guns will finally fall silent. Francis Scott Key, aboard his truce ship, 4 miles out with the British fleet, will witness the raising of the garrison flag, 30 by 42 feet. The sight of the flag will help inspire Francis Scott Key to pen those words that become the nation's national anthem in years beyond.
Live action. EF Education Easy Post continuing to press here.
Yeah, with that many people, riders in the breakaway, they realize that they have to take the responsibility. There's no hiding the fact when you put 4 guys in a breakaway, sorry, you have committed to a full day's effort.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't want people asking for money, don't be flashing your money around. And if you don't want people asking for help, don't be flashing your strength. That's exactly what EF did here. The best equipped team in this breakaway.
But look at these roads. They're so nice, and you're a lot of the times under a canopy, so it's a little bit cooler. But riding out on the roads the other day was just phenomenal. Horse country, never really put these sort of roads into what Maryland has, but they have quite this little secret here that we're finding out this weekend.
The other big name for EF in this group will be Magnus Cort, who got maybe the biggest reception of anybody at the team presentation. A popular guy here in the United States. They like a winner in the U.S. here.
Oh, yeah.
Cort coming off maybe the best season of his career with a Tour de France win. And now we'll be looking to add the Maryland Cycling Classic to that list as well.
Yeah, wins seem to follow wins. You know, when you're on a good roll, things happen a little bit easier. Unfortunately, the opposite is also very, very true. When you're having a hard time, it tends to stay quite difficult until you take a mental or physical break to just reset the dials a little bit. So we're coming into the feed zone here.
Back up to the front group. Trek Segafredo getting out of the saddle a little bit. It seems like there's sort of two different battles being fought by the two teams up on the front of the field. Trek Segafredo doing some work up there with Team Bike Exchange Jayco, but it seems like Bike Exchange is trying to chase. Trek seems like they might be on the defense a little bit here. Are they happy with Quinn Simmons in this scenario? I mean, Quinn Simmons could absolutely win out of this group, so do they just let Quinn do what Quinn does?
Absolutely. Not only him, but then Toms is up there as well. So you got your two best guys in the breakaway when the two best guys from Bike Exchange Jayco are not there. So these guys are motivated and they're happy with the composition here, but it is still a very long way to go. Every single time they can get a new rider to come and pull through, like Team Novo Nordisk, is just helping them. And you know, the guys sitting at the back right now from Team Bike Exchange Jayco, they're going to have to make a decision. So I hope they're eating, and I hope they're fueling, and I hope they're saving their legs, because they're either going to have to drop back and do something extraordinary to bring that group back. And I think we may see that here pretty soon.
I haven't seen them on the front of the breakaway a whole lot.
See, now they're getting Action Rider up there in the front. Team Novo Nordisk is maybe doing a little too much work. He's here by himself. Maybe he should hide in the shadows a little bit, conserve his energy, because man, these roads just non-stop up and down. It's going to take a little bit out of you. You're going to burn a couple matches here and there, and then once it's over, it's over. That's Groenewegen right there, isn't it?
This would be Michael Matthews wearing number 11. So I guess that answers the question. Matthews is going to try and go across the gap here at a minute 50.
Wow. Well, if anybody can do it, it can be him. And I guarantee you those two riders in the breakaway from Team Bike Exchange Jayco have just put on the brakes, and they're going to drop back and try to pace him up. But he's going to have to do a lot of this on his own, and he looks really, really good right now. But that is a large gap to cross. But you can see they just had to pivot, and this is a very desperate move.
Yeah, they must be worried, because that team tried to bring this back. If they were unsuccessful in bringing any time back, I mean, if you keep getting minute 50 time checks when you're putting the entire team on the front trying to pull that back and you're not gaining any time, at some point Matthews just has to say, guys, I got to do this on my own. You can tell that the pace is picking up, because we're seeing more and more riders coming off the back, coming in glued off the back of this one. So a bold move from Michael Matthews here, trying to go across what is just under a 2-minute gap. Sam Boardman wasn't able to do it. Adam DeVos wasn't able to do it. And now we'll see if Michael Matthews can do it.
Well, I guarantee you the peloton did not let Michael Matthews just nip off the front and not try to chase him. So I am sure it is full gas behind Michael Matthews right now, because Trek Segafredo, all these other teams that were on the defense, they realized that the 5-star favorite is trying to bridge up to the breakaway. So I foresee some very difficult racing coming on here in the next 5 to 10 miles.
Good look at Michael Foley there. Again, a late arrival to the race last night. Robinson Oyola up there as well. Haven't talked about him a lot today, but just been sitting in, biding his time for the Medellin squad out of Colombia. And again, for most riders in this breakaway, the advantage or the smart play is really to just sit back. If you've got a team like EF Easy Post with that many riders in here, you've got Trek Segafredo, there's really no reason for you to be taking poles on the front. Let those big teams do the work. Let those big teams take those poles. And now you see the Bike Exchange Jayco guys starting to drift back a little bit. So at some point, will they drop back and try and pick up Michael Matthews? I mean, is that what's on their mind right now, or do they just sit here and wait for Matthews to arrive? Although he might not show up anytime soon, because he's not getting a whole lot of time off the front of this field.
Like I said, they did not just let him nip off the front.
Now the peloton going to step on the gas as well. So we'll see if this time gap gets updated from a minute 50, and this will be another split up in the front group. Man, it is really starting to shatter out there, both in the peloton and the breakaway.
Yeah, it is on from all directions right now, and we don't know what camera is with what group, so we may have to just settle down and watch this for a while. But right now, there is not an easy wheel to ride in the peloton. If you're in the front, in the middle, here, off the back, everyone is absolutely on the limit.
So the problem here is everyone's looking at Michael Matthews and saying, you know, if he's going to go, I want to go with him, right? I want a piece of that as well. But if everybody tries to do the same thing, then that's a problem for Matthews because he's just going to drag that whole field up with him. So this is not the ideal scenario. Maybe taking 2 or 3 riders that could work together like the Boardman-DeVos scenario, but I don't know if it's taking 10 guys with Michael Matthews. I'm not sure that's what he was planning on.
But this is bike racing, you know, the pieces are constantly moving on the board. There's always a reaction to every action. And you always think that you have the right idea, but things can go sideways really, really quick. And especially when you have to get the cooperation from the other teams, which he really doesn't look like he's getting so much of at the moment.
These guys are like a bad cold. Matthews just can't shake it. And that's going to be it. Pro Touch will take over on the front, the South African squad, but you can see they have remade contact with the rest of the field here. So Matthews' short, ill-fated attempt to try to get across the gap has now been shut down. Beautiful views out here. Hard to believe we're only 20 miles outside of downtown Baltimore.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised to see if Michael Matthews continues to do this. He tried, it was reacted to. Now I think it's going to get even a little bit more negative there because, you know, they knew. Yeah, look at it. They're spreading across the road here.
You called it.
Yep. And any attack here is going to be futile unless you're as strong as someone like Michael Matthews.
So these are more victims coming off the back of the breakaway. That's Lozano, the Novo Nordisk rider we saw taking poles earlier. Looks like they're on their way back to this group. Now 4 going to try and split it at the front of the peloton. Matthews still there looking for a free ride. That's him in the blue and white, 5th wheel.
Yeah, you know, you asked about those 2 Bike Exchange Jayco guys just sitting on the back and not dropping back. There just wasn't enough of a gap for them to make that decision to go back there and help them. So, you know, Michael Matthews just put a lot of lactate and a lot of sting and a lot of pain into people's legs, but to what avail? But counterattacks coming off of this, anything that Bike Exchange Jayco is not involved with is going to be trouble. Yeah. They've kind of painted themselves into a corner really early in the race, but this is bike racing. This is why we have these long races. You can always have time to make up for a tactical error or change the script. In these shorter races, you know, you really can't do that. But here, you just got to play the long game. But so far, they're not making the moves that they probably planned on making by now. All saying that, that's kind of rude for me to say. They do have 2 guys in the breakaway that we, you know, now don't have to do anything. The other teams know that they want Michael Matthews and Dylan Groenewegen to go up there. So those guys don't have to take 1 single pedal stroke on the front. They have to be careful about getting gapped off. But, you know, those 2 guys, if they can save their energy, you never know. And, you know, you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, that's for sure.
Well, this one getting more and more chaotic as we see more and more of these attempts trying to go. It is starting to shatter. The breakaway's falling apart up the road. These guys attacking out of the peloton, and they're going to meet somewhere in the middle. So there's about to be a whole lot of chaos in between the main group and the breakaway over the next 10 miles or so.
Canadian national champion up there flashing as well. It's so great to have some national champions from North America showing off their jerseys here in the Maryland Cycling Classic.
We saw Cote get up there earlier. And now trying to take another look.
But look at this just constant roller coaster up and down. Not a single second of flat road until now.
So Legion, Pro Touch, Human Powered Health, and EF Education Easy Post trying to keep this breakaway alive. They have built up a 3.5-minute gap over the front of the field as they continue to nurse this lead. We'll keep an eye on the breakaway and be back after this.
UnitedHealthcare offers low to no cost coverage options to fit virtually any budget. So access to care may be closer than you think with UnitedHealthcare. Learn more at uhc.com.
If you're open for an unforgettable vacation, we're open for you. Plan your trip today. Maryland. Be open for it.
You know what they say, most who come stay, come and meet your people, come and find your way, This is Baltimore. You don't know real until you've been to Baltimore. Yeah, so art, so pure and real for sure. This is Baltimore.
Keeping our eye on what I guess we'll call chase number 1, coming off the front of the field and trying to join that breakaway, which is now 3.5 minutes up the road. Pierre-Andre Cote, the Canadian road national champion, the red and white jersey up at the front. Felix Stelly in there for EF Education Easy Post, and then they're saying Guillaume Boivin will be the Israel Premier Tech rider up at the front now. There's a few more in there. We'll try and ID them. I do see a Bike Exchange Jayco jersey slipping in there. Not sure if that's Matthews or not.
That could be Groenewegen. He looks a little bit bigger, and he's a little bit gassed by making that effort. I would say that I would be really surprised if Michael Matthews was able to make that counterattack move after he just made such a big effort before.
There's also a Team USA jersey in there, and then Trek Segafredo has even one more. Quinn Simmons going to do his best to keep him out of this group, though, as he steps on the gas up at the front. All right, so these are your chasers. That will be Dylan Groenewegen. Good call, Bobby. That's Groenewegen at the very back, number 12.
Another U.S. national team rider. This is can't quite get his number yet.
Trek Segafredo rider is Jacopo Mosca. And I think, well, let me wait for confirmation on the Team USA rider. Might be Noah Granigan up there. Yeah, that is going to be Granigan, 154. There's Sam Boardman up the road, the black jersey that you see up on the right side. That's Boardman coming back. Remember, he's been out there all day solo after getting dropped off by Adam DeVos in a 2-rider bridge attempt. That didn't go so well. So we'll see if Boardman tries to tack onto this group. There's a lot of talent in here. You got to think Boardman at least gives it a try. You got to at least give it a go to try to hang in here, or is he done?
You got to stay in this group. I mean, hopefully he throttled back a little bit when he knew that he couldn't make the breakaway, and now he's just hoping to fit in here somewhere.
Well, he'll slot in just ahead of Groenewegen here, as he says, I finally get a draft, finally get some help where I can sit in. I don't think anyone's going to expect Boardman to do any work in this breakaway or this, well, I'll call it a chase, anytime soon, because they know that he's gassed. He is a passenger for now. They'll give him a little bit of time to recover, and then they'll start expecting him to do work. But for right now, Boardman should be able to just sit in and see if this group makes it up and across the gap.
And here you have another EF Education Easy Post rider as well as the Trek Segafredo rider. So those are two teams that are well represented in the break that don't have to do too much here. The pressure falls on some of the other riders, and I can't see who that is that's attacking off the front there. But this group has to get a little bit more in sync if they want to make any inroads on bridging to the breakaway. And you see here, these guys are settling into a rhythm, right? They're on the front. They're not taking many big accelerations. They're never really slowing down either. This is just that constant slow burn pace compared to this on-off stuff that's happening behind them.
Oh, these guys have had time to settle down and work out the rhythm. They've had some of the bigger teams, the bigger names in this group sort of whipping this breakaway into shape. That has not been established in the chase yet, but it may soon. So Groenewegen trying to get up there. Decline will be the sprinter for Human Powered Health today. So he'll be the fast man that they wanted to get an opportunity on the circuits. So it really takes a specific kind of rider on a day like today. It's going to be a rider that can ride like a rouleur, a rider that can make it across these gaps, can ride into the breakaway, but then you still have to be able to sprint on these finishing circuits.
And what's interesting is in the group behind you have two riders coming up from Kyle Murphy's team. So are they really going to make that big of a commitment to bridge this massive gap right now when they do already have a rider in the break? That would be a lot of weight on their shoulders. I wonder if they're going to reconsider this here pretty soon. Garmin, the rider, EF Education Easy Post rider, probably checking his Garmin to see how many feet of elevation we've already done, because it's just going up and down, and those feet of altitude feet and altitude meters are just clicking up.
Well, just over 80 miles of racing to go. Gap now up over 4 minutes at 4:15. The new updated gap as we take inventory of the front group here. You can see how many teams have multiple riders in here, and then we get down to the solo riders, the Raffertys, the Foleys, the Freres, Wade, Pincus, and Hugo Scala Jr. also up into this breakaway. Scala on loan from the Project Echelon racing team here in the U.S. We'll see who this is.
Yeah, this was the guy that we couldn't see, that looked like he was splitting off the front of that group. He's got a little bit of a draft here from the motorcycle, which is always nice, you know, but because he can go around those turns a lot faster. That's ex-Canadian champion from Israel Startup.
Yeah, that's going to be Guillaume Boivin.
Premier Tech, Guillaume Boivin, yeah. So he's now having to do what Michael Matthews tried to do, but he has a little bit more rope here because he's not the odds-on favorite for the race. So we'll see, but he has a very long and painful time trial ahead of him if he wants to close this gap by himself.
It takes a certain kind of confidence to think that you can make it across a 4-minute and 15-second gap. I thought it was crazy for Michael Matthews to try to go across a 2-minute and 15-second gap, and now Boivin says, I'll do it at 4.
I think Michael just wanted to light the candle a little bit to motivate this group to get a good combination of guys up there, and he was just too strong. He went on his own. If he did it with 3, 4, 5 other strong guys, maybe just came off a little bit, then they would have had a chance. But he was obviously strong because, like I said, they were not just putting around out there and let him roll off the front. He did that a la pedal, which means by the pedal, not by any sort of luck. But yeah, look at these roads. It's just amazing how much elevation gain, and nothing quite too long, but just constantly up and down.
Staying on it, out of the saddle, attacking those hills, riding through the hill, as they say.
Gives a little glance under his arm to those of you that are new to the sport that wondering, you don't really want to stand up and turn around your head totally, because then you'll kind of move to one side of the road or another. You just kind of look underneath your arm. That'll give you enough of a perspective if there's someone behind you or not. And they're there. They're not letting him go, but there's no one directly on his wheel.
Giving the riders an update here on the time gap and the upcoming KOM. They're approaching the second KOM of the day, just about 4 miles away from that one. So they'll be looking for more points. 4 points for a KOM win, 2 points for second, and 1 point for third. So we'll see if Quinn Simmons, who picked up maximum points on KOM 1, gets back up there and tries to add 4 more to his total. He's got 4 right now.
We haven't seen so much of him since that last KOM sprint, have we? Maybe he's being a little cagey, saving his energy. If he went for that first one, he's going to want to go for this second one.
Oh, and this is the other guy who went for it, Eder Frere up there, Legion of Los Angeles rider.
Yeah, Eder has to have the knife between the teeth right now. He got beat on the first one, just barely. He knows that he's going for the KOM. Quinn has other objectives, possibly. Not just this one. There's one more to go. Frere has to get as many points as he can here, and then see what happens in that third sprint.
Depending on how things go, he may be able to lock it up before the third, as long as this breakaway stays away and he can box, let's say, Frere out for points. He may be able to make it mathematically impossible to take that KOM into the third one.
I gotta wonder if there's anybody else besides those two that are gonna throw their hat in the ring for this next KOM. Maybe somebody just missed the move the last time and wants to have that jersey here in downtown Baltimore this afternoon.
Beautiful view for Guillaume Boivin here.
I don't think he's taking much time to look around. He's looking right in front of him. He's looking at his heart rate monitor. He's looking at his watt meter. He has to keep a good pace here. But it's also a question that I had for Sam. Like, why? Just, this is not possible to make that sort of move. So start to conserve, take another drink of your water bottle, eat a little bit more food, come off the gas a little bit, and then maybe be able to try something a little bit later.
Is the thinking here, maybe if I get off the front, more riders will join me, they'll bridge up, and I can get 2 or 3 guys together, and it's just not happening?
I think that's what Michael wanted. He was just a little bit too strong, and Guillaume here is probably thinking the same thing, that maybe somebody pops up to me. But this has been a fast-paced race so far on these sort of conditions, these up and down roads all day. I don't know if it's super fresh legs out there, or that people want to commit with 78 miles to go. But just that little impetus from Matthews and now Boivin, it looks like the gap has dropped a little bit to the peloton. But it's going to take a lot more of those little surges to bring that more down to a more manageable distance.
It's tough to get an accurate time gap on these rolling roads too. When you have a flat, open section of road, it's a lot more trustworthy with those gaps. But depending on where you take those time gaps, obviously you have the ups and downs to make up in between. So you can see that gap balloon throughout the day today. You'll see it go up to 4, back down to 3.5, back up to 4 as the road goes up and down. Graphic showing Quinn Simmons in chase 1, which would mean that he came off the back of this group.
Maybe had a mechanical or stopped for a nature break or something. I would not expect, looking the way that he did on the bike today, especially over that first KOM, that he got dropped by this group.
And it certainly wouldn't be 325 back if it was a nature break or a mechanical. So we do see Eder Frere up here now, the Legion of Los Angeles rider, getting ready for his KOM. then we should be able to see Simmons up the road from Boivin if it's only 10 seconds. I think that's Quinn Simmons right there. About 12 wheels back.
You know, nowadays riders have electric gears, and they're little tiny batteries, or they take a charge. I cannot imagine how many times these guys are going to have to shift gears today. Up and down, steep grade, a little bit less steep grade. I definitely hope that the mechanics brought those little converters over and charged these shifting units, because you don't want to run out of battery power on a day like today.
Just add one more thing to the list of things that could go wrong with these high performance machines, but any gain, I guess, is worth chasing.
Yeah, we haven't seen Nielsen Paulus in the front. We haven't seen Quinn Simmons. We haven't seen Tom Squeens. All those, we haven't seen Murphy from his team. These guys are starting to save their legs, but EF Education Easy Post has to take up the brunt of the work and try to motivate this group here.
And now Nielsen Paulus on the attack. Here we go.
Is he going for the KOM?
He must be on the way up to the top here. Paulus gives himself a little bit of a gap for EF Education Easy Post. Trek Segafredo getting into it as well. But Paulus may have given himself all the gap he needs.
I did not see that coming. I thought he'd be sitting back on the wheels, just trying to save as much energy as possible, but obviously he's feeling good. 1K to go. It's a long way to go, and those guys are definitely back on his wheel.
You know, I wonder if Paulus is just using this climb to try and split it, just using this part of the course to try to say, all right, it doesn't need to be 23 guys in this group. We've got way too many, and we need to get rid of some of them. So maybe he's just going to drive this for a kilometer. Remember, this is a guy who rode to a top 5 ride on Alpe d'Huez, so he's not afraid of riding these steep grades, these big pitches. And if he can do this effort for just a couple minutes, that's going to put a lot of riders in trouble at the back of this group and split it one more time at the front here.
They are lightening it up, but Oscar's there, Quinn is there. This is going to be a carbon copy, I think, of the first KOM sprint. We'll see who comes up on top.
All right, so confirming Simmons has made it back up to the front of this group. I don't think he ever left. He was just hanging out at the back of the group, now into 3rd position. So it'll go Paulus, Frere, Simmons, 1, 2, and 3. And now we're just waiting for either Simmons or Frere to jump. Remember, Simmons picked up maximum points in KOM number 1. Frere was 2nd. All right, I'm not sure if Nielsen Paulus got any points out of that one. It only goes 3 deep. But those are really the only 2 guys going for it. And now seeing the way that Paulus is riding here, this tells me that he's not going for the KOM, but instead he's riding here to try to split this. This is not the way that you ride if you're trying to pick up maximum points, because you know Quinn Simmons is going to come right over the top of you in the last 200 meters and take maximum points here. What happened to Frere?
Yeah, he didn't have it. He was trying to stay up there and surf the front, but I think we're going to have a different KOM winner here, because those guys may have fried themselves on the first one.
Now Simmons going to drop back. Oy, oy, oy. So I think that'll be Walter Vargas Alzate, the Median rider. Taking a look here. And he'll pick up maximum points over the line.
Well, that 3rd sprint is going to matter now,
Yeah.
because Quinn didn't get any points there, neither did Oscar.
Well, not the way we saw KOM2 going.
I guess there was a little bit of radio communication by Team Easy Post, EF Education Easy Post here, because they just probably put, I'd say, 30 to 45 seconds into the peloton with that effort there, because you know the peloton is not going to be sprinting that hard for the KOM, because there's obviously no reason to.
Well, don't forget about Guillaume Boivin, who has been stuck in the gap between the main group and the 24 leaders up the road. He's trying to overcome what is now a 3-minute and 25-second deficit. A huge, huge ask for the Canadian here. Trying to go across. But maybe things will calm down after the KOM. Here's the move from what I think was either Ayala or Vargas. That must be Iola. So he'll pick up maximum points. Simmons and Frere both get 0. So now Simmons and Iola tied in the KOM competition here. Wow.
There was a major reshuffling of the deck there, and again, yet again, Team EF Education Easy Post came out on top. They did that acceleration, they whittled it down like you said, but now, even more than before, the responsibility is on their shoulders.
And I think, again, this is what Nielsen Palace was after. This is what he was looking for, this split here. And now they're looking for a little bit of help, saying, all right, we did the first part. You guys need to do the second part now.
I'm not sure if that was the best tactical move to make right there. It's a little bit early to be doing these sort of splits of that sort of a big group, but there was a lot of guys that were just sitting on the back. But this is a little bit of a reshuffling, and yeah, this is, I think, the peloton, and you can see the speed or the difference in speed between this group and the group that just crossed the KOM line.
This looks like the difference between you and me on the UnitedHealthcare Children's Foundation charity ride yesterday. All right, so things starting to get chaotic out there again. Just when they had calmed down a little bit, this second KOM really starts to throw a wrench in the works here. So that group of 24 has now broken up. It's no longer 24 altogether. What you're looking at right now are the leaders on the road, and these will be the remnants of that 24 rider group. So let's call this 10, maybe 12. I'll try and get a count on them here, but it's certainly not the original 24.
Yeah, and note that the two Team Bike Exchange Jayco riders that were sitting on the back because they didn't want to work, they made this split. So that also changes some things here for Team Bike Exchange Jayco. Now they have two guys in the front 10. Okay, their two best guys are not there, and may be difficult to ever see them again, but now they have motivation to work.
Guys looking for any rest they can get.
And I don't see Kyle Murphy here or Tom Squinge anymore.
Yeah.
I do see one rider from Human Powered Health and from Team Novo Nordisk. This definitely changed the composition of this breakaway quite considerably. Or is that Tom's right there?
This might be Squinge on the front here.
Okay, he is there.
But Murphy is still MIA.
Oh no, that's Camp.
Yeah, so that would be Simmons and Camp. And I only see two Trek Segafredo jerseys here.
This is the second part of the breakaway that just kind of got split off there, right?
Yeah, so I think these are the remnants of those 24. That's Nielsen Palace. So we'll call it 10 and 14 splitting up here. And now that group going to split again. Man, these guys are all over the place. This has delivered on its promise of being a truly chaotic day of racing with these rolling hills outside of Baltimore. It really delivered on a dynamic, exciting day of racing so far.
I can't even tell if this is the front of the peloton or the back group anymore. There's guys just everywhere.
You see, this is the problem. You lose so much momentum up at the top of those little rollers like that Pro Touch rider. Just looking back and saying, how did I get this gap? I'm not trying to break away. I don't want this gap. This be Human Powered Health trying to go. Is that Robin Carpenter maybe?
That's his style for sure.
Carpenter trying to go, and then Back up at these guys looking like they're on a bit of an alpine climb here. Good bit of fans out there cheering the riders on. I know you had a chance to get out there and ride yesterday with some of our ambassadors here at the Maryland Cycling Classic, including Freddie Rodriguez joining us in the booth here today. Freddie, welcome to the broadcast booth. Nice to have you here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. I know you had a chance to get out there at the start this morning and out there yesterday. Is it as hard as it looks on TV?
Yeah, it's probably harder than we think, guys. Yesterday, the ride was definitely very aggressive in the pitches we had in the ride. So these guys are going to have a definitely hard day of riding. When you think about what's already happened, and we still have how many 72 miles to go. Yeah, there's going to be some tired legs and a lot of shuffling around.
Does it make this day that much harder with all this chaos going on out there? I mean, it was already a hard day of racing with the elevation gain, the rollers, but now having to chase these gaps and just constantly update the situation on the road, I have to imagine that makes it even tougher.
Definitely. I mean, when you think about when you think about a one-day race, this first year, it's a race that we can't kind of create a prediction because there's no history in the race. And that makes it for an open race, a race of, as we said, it could be kind of chaotic with the heat.
What kind of sprinter for a day like today, Freddie? I mean, it's obviously not going to be a pure sprinter, but the guys that were watching, we talked about Matthews and Groenewegen. Apparently Matthews thought he could go across a 3-minute gap at one point, so you have to be able to do stuff like that, it seems like.
Exactly. I mean, the fact that he's trying to make a move like that early in a race can show you and tells you that it's really a race that wasn't predictable, and definitely a sprinter that's going to be strong, not even a sprinter. I mean, at the amount of energy you're going to expend throughout this race, a GC rider could definitely contest a sprint.
Have you had a chance to take a look at this finishing circuit? Have you seen that the last corner? Can you kind of take me through what the run-in to the finish is like?
I mean, the run-in's a typical, top-level run-in. You're going to have a lot of speed. You're going to have a lot of time. But with the groups we're going to coming in, it's going to be a small group. It's going to be select. So they're going to have a lot of time to kind of jockey around and try to find the right position, and it can be kind of a slow lead out.
Yeah, a traditional bunch sprint is looking less and less likely with each passing kilometer out here. Freddie, how important is this race to American bike racing and the young American riders in this race? We've been talking a lot about the Team USA riders that are getting a chance to race at the world level, the international level. What's this mean to have big-time American bike racing back on American soil?
I mean, it's huge. I mean, it's the first race back on the calendar. These young riders need these kind of exposures to make it to the next level. This is a race that's over 100 miles with this heat, with the terrain. They'll learn from this.
Beautiful roads out here. How impressed are you with this course? I'm blown away so far today.
Oh, it was amazing. Just riding yesterday through the county, it was just gorgeous. I was impressed.
I saw some slow-moving riders after that ride going into the race this morning. Bobby, you might have been among them. I mean, it's tough. It's not an easy day.
Not at all, not at all. But Freddie, you were the master at saving energy in races. What group would you want to be in right now, considering that, with 72 miles to go, would you want to be up in this group pulling, swapping off with the guys? Would you want to be in that chase group? Would you want to be in the peloton or even further back? Because, there's a lot of guys with a lot on the line right now. Are they going to just say this is it, or are they going to try to come back? But where would you save your energy, and what group would you want to be in right now?
I mean, ideally you want to be in the first group. I mean, you want to save legs when it's not critical moments. But when it's a critical moment, you see key players being at the front, you can't miss that.
It's just hard for me to say that that's the absolute critical moment because there's 72 miles to go. But when you look at the composition of the breakaway, you're like, gosh, who's going to bring these guys back?
Exactly. It's tough. I mean, at this point, you can't use your normal tactics. You have to think a little bit outside the box and take a little risk. Sometimes you might spend an extra bullet. But you're still in the game. So it's a really hard call. I mean, that's for me, I always did better when the races had a tradition and we can kind of find a rhythm in the race and understanding of what most likely will happen. And you can see it from years of experience. So having a new race like this really opens up the peloton to anybody can win this race.
But look at the way these guys are working together now. There's a different speed in the way that these guys are pulling through. It's through and off, through and off, through and off. Not many people sitting back there. There's not any excess baggage just trying to stay on the wheels. These guys are here because of some of the strongest riders in the race. So I I hate to say that this is the move, being 70.5 miles away from the finish, but if they keep up this tempo, it's going to be really difficult for any group to organize in the back to track these 11 riders down.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult when you think about it. You know, when you're this early in a race, putting this much energy into it. The fact that they're rolling consistently together, as you remember from yesterday's ride, Bobby, if you're at the front or the back, you're putting out a lot of energy just to get through the course. So no one's saving energy here. Everybody's having to put out the same effort, which is a big deal. And when it comes to, you know, you think about the guys that might have some legs for speed, they're going to be crucial players to have to keep this race in control.
We also talked early on about how much these guys were eating and drinking. It's really taken its toll on this field. I mean, I don't know that it's been a while since we've seen guys hitting gels that early in a race like this.
Well, Bobby would know better than me, but you know, you think about the amount of glucose these guys are going to have to go through and to try to balance it with the hydration. It's definitely going to be key to stay hydrated, but also taking that right amount of energy you need to sustain this kind of effort in this heat.
Yeah, being able to monitor that stuff would be huge on a day like this. I mean, being able to tap on that gas gauge and get an idea of just how much is left in the tank to keep it topped off. One of the hardest things to do is eating and drinking the right amount in bike racing. But these guys not leaving anything to chance. I think they're already reaching for Cokes out there.
Especially on a day like today, you can easily overdo it. You can overcoat the energy.
Bottles constantly flying out. These guys just trying to stay hydrated and stay cool. 87 degrees out there right now. Now this blacktop pavement gets a little warmer than like the chip seal that we were on earlier, so that'll add a few degrees as the heat radiates off the front. At this point in the day, just about 3:30 local time on the East Coast. It's had basically been baking in the sun all day here, so get a little bit more heat coming off of the pavement. And Freddie, I have to imagine that plays into your hydration plan for the day as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you look at everything, even the clothing now that these guys have, the breathability, the cooling effect they're getting from the wind because the fabrics are so open. I mean, these are key things that hopefully everybody planned out correctly. You know, they're getting ice throughout the course to try to cool down a little bit. Everything you can, hopefully everything you did before getting to today to be optimal. And even when you're optimal, you're still going to be emptying the tank by the end of the race.
And Bobby, the fueling doesn't start the night before. It's sometimes tough for a single day race. You're preparing for a multi-day stage race. You get into the rhythm of eating and drinking and topping off. But coming into this one day race, you're traveling, you're getting into the hotel. It's tough to sort of get that rhythm.
It's really tough, especially when you're on an airplane. You know, you don't want to be eating that airplane food. You want to be bringing your healthier snacks, but you're not eating as much as you normally would. So, you know, starting even 72 hours, no less than 48 hours out, you are already hitting those carbohydrates. A lot of riders get a little bit nervous because when you do eat carbohydrates, it increases your muscle glycogen, and that actually weighs you down a little bit. So a lot of these guys are nervous about gaining weight, but I always say go into the race with a full tank of gas. If you go into a race with a half a tank of gas and half of your glycogen storage capacity filled, you're cutting off your nose to spite your face. You need that energy, and if it does weigh a little bit more, it weighs a little bit more, but you'll have that more energy. A lot of these guys these days, they're just trying to be so darn skinny and so darn light, but energy management is the key to success in this sport.
Well, Freddie, as our ambassador here at the Maryland Cycling Classic, I know you got a lot of responsibilities and you got to get out to those, but one last question before we let you go. Anything that you've seen today, any favorites yet? Anybody jump out at you? Your most impressive ride so far today?
I mean, I got to say, you know, a veteran, somebody that we've all raced with, Oscar Sevilla's in here, and if he can stay, he's not in the first group, sorry?
I think Sevilla is going to be in that second group.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We'll get confirmation on it.
We'll get confirmation on that.
I thought you were going to go the Mr. Experience at Vanmarcke there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of riders that, to me, I mean, to tell you the truth, it is such a hard race. It's so hard to predict who can be the winner at the finish of this long race. I mean, as a classics rider myself, you know, we always our main goal was to have numbers at the finish of the race. As the more numbers we can get to the finale of the most important parts of the race, the more likely we are to win the race. And you know, so we look for those kind of angles. You know, EF has a lot of number here. We're looking for that. We're looking for that superiority. You know, you want to have that advantage as a team, and also look at who's connecting, who's working together. You know, what kind of riders want to stay together to help each other.
68 miles to go and still a wild card out there. Freddie, thank you so much for being with us in the booth here today.
Right.
Four-time national champion Freddie Rodriguez here at the Maryland Cycling Classic.
Welcome to the B&O Railroad Museum, the birthplace of American railroading. Here you can stand on a working turntable in the beautiful 1884 roundhouse. You can ride on the first mile of commercial track ever laid in the country. You can see where the first stone was laid. You can see an amazing collection of locomotives from the first 100 years of American railroading in our roundhouse. When Abraham Lincoln was on the way to his inauguration, he was under threat of assassination. So he snuck through Baltimore at night, and he was pulled by this very locomotive, the William Mason, the number 25. It was built in 1856. It is a gloriously beautiful locomotive, and it is still operational today. And it's also a movie star. It's been in several movies, such as The Wild Wild West and others, so come see it. This is the number 51, the first streamlined diesel-electric engine in the country. It is absolutely beautiful. It was built in 1937 for the purpose of competing against the burgeoning airline industry at the time. The railroads wanted to keep their passenger travel against the airline industry, so they built the 51. And what's even more spectacular about the 51 is it just came out of our restoration shop last year, and it was completely restored, authentically restored to the actual colors. Even that ampersand sign is exactly how it looked, and those metal wings were molded by hand so they lay flush. Every detail was accounted for. After World War I, the French were so thankful to the Americans for their help that they created gratitude cars. They sent one boxcar to every state filled with French goodies to thank the Americans. We have the car for the state of Maryland. All the shields on the car are from the various French provinces. It is all authentic. It's the only Merci car that has not been restored. It basically is the Tour de France to the Maryland Cycling Classic. We tell the story of America through the lens of the railroad here at the B&O.
We'll see the terminus of that B&O Railroad just before they get to the finish line today at Camden Yards. The B&O warehouse just outside of Oriole Park. I know you had a chance to get in for a game yesterday.
Yes, I did. That was quite the treat. Quite the treat. We were at the Night of Champions, and then a buddy of mine from Toronto, associated with the Toronto Hustle team, sent me a ticket.
Nice. On
my iPhone. I've never gone to a ballpark with a ticket on my iPhone before, and I was able to make the 7th inning stretch, and I saw a home run. Yep. I saw someone right next to me miss a foul ball. It hit him in the nose. His brother started yelling at him, like so embarrassed that he didn't catch it. And we looked over there like a minute later, and they were both gone. Maybe he had to go to the hospital or something like that. So in just a few short innings, I did get a little bit of the experience of being in Camden Yards.
Sounds like you got the full experience.
I tell you, those balls were coming at you way too fast. So next time I go to Camden Yards, I'm going to bring my own baseball mitt. But like, what a cool opportunity, and it's right in downtown Baltimore. You got the Ravens that play right next door. This whole downtown area just has blown me away. It's been such a fantastic couple days here.
We'll start to see that on our images here pretty soon as the guys make their way towards downtown Baltimore. This is the remainder of the peloton, what's left of the main group out there on the road. So this is the biggest group that we have, the blue bar on the graphic on the left-hand side of your screen. So this is really everyone that's left. And there's not many. So they lost a lot of guys out of this back. As we were monitoring the chaos up at the front, they were just constantly popping riders off the back of this one.
We were witnessing the intensity and the chaos at the front, but these guys had to deal with the exact same roads at the back. So I think everyone is a little bit tired right now.
And this will go back up to your very front group. So we went from the back of the race to the front of the race here. So Simmons and Scoyne still in here. Hausen, Schultz, and Balmer representing the Bike Exchange Jayco squad. Sepp Vanmarcke and Jan Biermans from the Israel Premier Tech squad. And then Palace, Court, and Piccolo for EF Easy Post. They're saying Zukowski is the human-powered health rider.
Okay,
and then
haven't seen his number yet.
Lozano and Iola, who we talked about earlier. Iola winning the second KOM of the day, and then David Lozano hanging tough for Team Novo Nordisk.
Wow, what a great opportunity. You see all the riders from the World Tour teams, and then you have a guy from Human Powered Health, a guy from Team Novo Nordisk, and Team Medellin, Colombia. So those guys are living the dream right now.
Really no pure sprinters in that front group of 13, but certainly some finishers in there. Got to think Magnus Cort liking his chances here. And then Quinn Simmons has a pretty good finishing kick as well, depending on how things go on this finishing circuit. There's Simmons on the front right here. Lozano just over his right shoulder. And then that'll be Zukowski, the human-powered health rider, coming to the front here in the sort of orange to purple fade. Sepp Vanmarcke right behind them. So now we'll look to see who's working and who's not in this group. We'll see if everyone's taking polls. Obviously, these guys back at the cars aren't expected to take their polls. They'll get to skip a few.
And that's the trick. You know, you go back, you act like you're getting a bottle, you take out not one but maybe two full rotations. Everybody knows that trick, but who can do it without the other guys yelling at them? That's the question. You don't want to upset the apple cart too much here, but every single time that you can miss one of these poles, you're saving it just that little bit more of energy.
Palace lifting the tempo again, saying this is just a little too easy for us here.
Gosh, he looks great on the bicycle. I mean, grande class is what we say. He just looks so fluid. I mean, he looks like a bike racer, and he's an absolute assassin. Don't forget, he's won the one-day Classic San Sebastian in Spain last year. It's just great seeing a rider like him perform not only over in Europe, but then come back here and fly the flag for the USA.
Talk to me about the difference between, let's say, one of the classics like a San Sebastian and a day like today. I mean, these one-day long races, a lot of elevation change. Do you ride this the same as you would ride a spring classic?
Oh, you know, not being the spring classic guy myself, you're kind of asking the wrong guy. But a race like San Sebastian, I mean, the strongest riders go in the front, maybe not as early as today, but you know, you just want it to control the race from the front. And I wasn't the best tactician, so I would normally try to be in the front and quite often would overcook it and not be able to stay there for the finish. But that's the fine line, and what I like so much about Nielsen is he's an assassin in the one-day races, and he's finishing up strong in the Tour de France. He was, I think, 12th in the Tour de France this year. To have both those skills is so great for American fans.
Like Freddie said earlier, what you want is numbers at the end. That was kind of his take on a one-day race like this, and so I think EF is in a good position here with Palace and Cort up here at the front. Probably the best scenario of all the teams in this breakaway. It's got to be either EF or Trek.
I think it's got to be EF. They have one more guy than Trek does. You know, you don't want to go to the line with Magnus Cort Nielsen, and if you didn't notice, he wasn't on the start list for this race at the beginning of the week. Team EF Education Easy Post pivoted and sent him over here because they need these points, and he is obviously on great form. He's been on great form since the Tour de France, where he was racing. It seemed like he was racing the Tour de France as if it was a 1-week stage race instead of a 3-week stage race. But he got to wear the King of the Mountain jersey in Denmark. He won a stage. Phenomenal form he has right now.
Up to Callan Ormiston.
Not quite the same cohesion in this group compared to the front, that's for sure. Still over 100 kilometers or 64 miles to go here. Anything can happen, but that group in the front is just looking very solid. And I'm super impressed with these teams that aren't in a world team. They're up there taking poles. They're not sitting at the back. They're swapping off with these big guns. This is phenomenal.
Well, earlier in the day today, we started this race up at the headquarters of Kelly Benefits, who has been a huge supporter of this race. And behind Kelly Benefits is a man by the name of John Kelly, who has been a big supporter of not only racing in this region, but racing in the United States. He's supporting a lot of the young riders on Team USA. Rasan Bahati had a chance to catch up with him as we got ready for today's race.
I'm here with John Kelly, one of the partners of Kelly Benefits, and I think more important today, the chairman of the Maryland Cycling Classic. How you doing today, John?
I'm doing great. This is unbelievable. So excited to have some of the best riders in the world here assembled at Kelly Benefits headquarters and going to ride the roads of Baltimore County, which are beautiful. You know that. We rode together yesterday, and to come into our city for 4 laps, oh, it's going to be beautiful. I'm honored. I'm thrilled. I'm emotional. It's phenomenal.
You know, sports need sponsorship. Sports need people to back it. Why is cycling so important to Kelly Benefits?
Well, to me, cycling promotes healthy lifestyle, for one. We're in the benefits business. We work with employers to help them design, manage, administer, and deliver their benefits. We all know the challenges in healthcare, and it comes down to really better health is what's going to make healthcare better in America. And it's also, to me, like the most beautiful and efficient combination of humanity and technology to create efficiency. To see these athletes as tuned as they are, on their bicycles as tuned as they are, competing, it's just a beautiful thing to watch, and it embodies what's important to us as a business. We're a business of people serving other people with as efficient of technology as we can build and provide. So it has a lot of things that embodies the values that are important to the Kelly family and to our people.
Absolutely, and I think you hit it on the head. You're not only supporting the sport, but you're also out there talking the talk and walking the walk, and we really appreciate you.
Thank you. I'm honored to be the chair of this race, and my family and I are honored to host it here at Kelly Benefits headquarters. Thank you.
John's going to be in for a great show when they hit these downtown circuits in Baltimore today. As we go back and take a look at the abbreviated peloton, these are the survivors, the remainders, and now more and more riders trying to leave that group and join up the road. Tony Gallipan, along with, I think is going to be
Robin Carpenter.
human-powered health rider Robin Carpenter. His number was flapping in the wind there a little bit. So Gallipan and Carpenter are going to make it up into what I guess we'll call Group 2 on the road.
It is really hard to say right now with all these groups. But yeah, I mean, Robin is a strong guy, and that's the only way that somebody's going to see the front of the race again, is if they kind of come together 2x2s, 3x3s, and gel a little bit. I don't see that real impetus of multiple riders being able to do stuff. I mean, Tony Gallipan has also won the Classic of San Sebastian in the past. I mean, he's a great rider. These are great roads for him, but you need a couple more guys to do that equally as strong.
Eder Freyr going to try and tack on to the back of this one. So that was the second group of leaders that they just went through. Remember, it was 24 riders. That got split into a lead group of 12. Eder Freyr got caught in the second group after the second KOM, and now he's tacked onto these guys. So I think this is going to be 13, 14, and 15th on the road right now.
Yeah, when you look back at it, that second KOM absolutely exploded the race, not only in the front, but also in the peloton. So that's why we're having such a hard, difficult time figuring out who's who and who's where and what those actual time splits are. But they lit it up on that second KOM.
Gallipan shouting some words to Robin Carpenter. And good on Freyr to redouble the efforts here. Just when you thought he was out of it, he gets a ride back up to the front group.
And that's all you need. You just need a couple strong guys, get back in there again, get the momentum, get the morale going. And you never know what'll happen. Like we said, it's a long way to go still.
This is back to the peloton group. See Freyr's teammate, Freddie Ovett.
Freddie Ovett is one busy character these days. He's doing gravel. He is actually training for the Berlin Marathon.
I was going to say, I haven't seen him running a lot.
Yes, yes. This guy is the jack of all trades. There's no doubt about it. And the unique thing about the Berlin Marathon, he doesn't only want to run it, he wants to break 2 hours and 30 minutes. Wow. And let's just say he's not out running right now. He's out on the bicycle, which uses totally different muscles. So between gravel, road, criterium, and running, what great freedom Legion of Los Angeles has given him to do all these different disciplines, and I think it's fantastic.
You don't really see a lot of overlap between the cyclist and runners. It's not a common overlap that you see.
Why are you looking at me like that? Because you know, I try to run in the off season. I had a little bit of a motivation to try a marathon this year, and I started running, and I don't think that my muscle structure, I have the motor, I just don't have the chassis to support that constant pounding. I blamed it on the shoes, and then I got a different pair of shoes, and I got
turned out
kind
of
the
shoes.
Same sort of injury, and then I'm like, yeah, Julik, just stay to the bike.
All right, so a few more riders joining into this group. This will be Fritz Nielens, who is now joined for the Israel Premier Tech squad, and then Kyle Murphy has also been absorbed by this group. So Murphy, I think, must have been coming backwards, and they picked him up out of this group. So it was 2, then was 3, and now it's 5 in that chase to try to bring back these guys at the front of the race. They're looking at a 2-minute and 20-second deficit. We'll see if that time gap updates, but it is a lead group of 12 with that group of 5 that we just saw before this sitting behind them. And starting to settle down a little bit.
And just look at the body language. All these guys are in the aerodynamic position. They're all got their game faces on. They're all doing short pulls, which is what you want to do.
All right, now I know these guys aren't talking about going to the Orioles game after the race here. Scoinge and Simmons exchanging words up in this front group. Are they talking strategy right now?
You know, it's a little early there to talk strategy. I think they're reminding themselves to eat and drink and just spin the legs, you know, conserve the energy a little bit, because they are very well represented, but this is a very strong group. I don't think I've ever seen this sort of cohesion this far out in a race. All these guys came to play today, and it's just great to see.
And then Paulus, Court, and Piccolo, the EF Education Easy Post riders, linking up here as well.
And Piccolo is the one that's impressed me the most out of this group. I mean, he's been doing a lot of work. I don't really know him, but he, again, looks just fantastic on the bicycle.
2:20 the gap for these guys. 12 riders trying to hold off 5 chasers behind them as we go down to just under 60 miles of racing to go.
UnitedHealthcare offers coverage plans designed for your unique needs, no matter where you are in life. So access to care may be closer than you think with UnitedHealthcare. Learn more at uhc.com.
If you're open for an unforgettable vacation, we're open for you. Plan your trip today. Maryland. Be open for it.
I like to think of Baltimore as a crab. If you've never eaten a crab before, you won't know how by just looking at it. You have to sit at the table, listen to what people tell you and follow. Once you open the crab, you get hit with a blast of flavor. You discover all of the great things the crab has to offer. You now see why it brings families and friends together. All that goodness can happen only under one condition. You have to crack the crab open.
Back up to your front group, 5 riders trying to chase, and you can just see the back of some of those vehicles up the road in the gap. Again, Eder Frere, part of the original 3, as they picked up 2 more, trying to bring these guys back. And I think this is really what Nielsen Palace was after. He wanted to get this separation. This was the group that Palace was trying to form, just trying to get rid of the riders that didn't really need to be there. He knew that it wouldn't be 20-something riders at the end of the day, and I think Palace was just trying to split that a little earlier than the rest of the group.
I mean, you called it. I was wondering what they were doing there, but that was genius. But you have to, when you're that strong, you have to make sure that you don't drop, you know, your teammates out of the break. But he didn't. You know, Magnus is still there, and so is Piccolo. So you know, whatever he did right. And I just got a little text information, and this is always the fun part of doing this sort of stuff. Jonathan Botters, the general manager at EF Education Easy Post, just texted me and said that they actually redid Nielsen's position after the Tour de France.
Really?
Yeah, and I tell you,
and this is his first race back after the Tour.
And he looked great in the Tour de France. So I'm trying to get some details of what actually they changed, but quite interesting. And I mean, Nielsen is just an overall stud. And if he could, you're always looking for those tiny little changes that can make you better. And bike position is a big thing, and it's not static. It's constantly changing with how you develop as a rider, basically your overall body fatigue. And if you can take some of those, you know, little discomfort points and adjust to them by changing the bike position, it's going to increase the longevity of your form and the longevity of the season for you.
Well, it certainly makes you a more efficient rider as well. You can save, even if it's just a few watts with a position change, makes you a little more efficient, a little more aero, maybe a little more powerful, or even if it's just a little more comfortable.
You just hit all 3 things that I would have mentioned. Comfort, aerodynamics, you know, CDA is very important, and power. And those things have to gel together. It just can't be 1 or 2 of them. It has to be all 3, and you can't have one overcompensating for the other. So it's a constant little tinkering in our sport that makes those little small differences matter.
When you make a change in a bike fit, do you have to try it out in a race scenario? I mean, I know you guys talk about how like racing is the best training, and you can't really mimic a true race scenario when you're just out training. Do you really know if your position is working until you get into a race scenario like this?
Well, I tell you, the way that these guys train these days, with the amount of specificity and the ability to basically simulate the power, the duration, the intensity of a race, you want to try it in training, like everything, especially nutrition. You don't want to try anything new in the race. So I'm sure Jonathan and Nielsen sat together with all their biomechanics specialists and really dialed this in training. I know that Nielsen was training up in the Truckee area of Nevada, giving him a little bit of an altitude bump, giving him a little bit of a mental reset. But I tell you, if this is just the start of Nielsen Palace Part 2, I can't wait to see his next races. And, you know, we got the World Championships coming up. He was amazing in the World Championships last year. Came away with a 5th place finish. And, man, like, when you have form and morale at this time of the season, you can do anything. And I know there's no points available for the World Championships, but I would love to see him in the American national kit, ripping it up in Australia in a month or so.
This will be good prep for it with his new fit. For those people at home that maybe aren't familiar with what goes into a bike fit, talk to me about what you're looking for in a fit. What types of thing gets adjusted? It's not just the seat post and the handlebars. There are so many different parts to get dialed in on a bike.
Well, you got to look at your contact points. You have 5 main contact points, right? Your hands, your feet, and your butt. And those are where you really want to concentrate. The bikes these days, the material, the aerodynamic, everything, there is adjustability, but it's kind of a little bit more limited than before. These bikes are not your daddy's bikes. They're not the bikes that I rode on, that Jonathan Vaughters rode on when we were racing. It's totally different. And you know, seeing the technology that goes into this and all the data that you can get and the changes that you can make that can improve your performance, that's what it's all about. But like these bikes now, they're weapons. I mean, look at the wheels, look at the aerodynamic handlebars. They're one piece, they're molded cockpits on time trial bikes. The gearing, the disc brakes, I mean, there's so much to admire about the bikes that these guys are riding compared to the generations before them. And you know, free speed is free speed, and if you have a low CDA and you're in a good position, especially taking into account those 5 contact points, you're going to ride faster and you're going to want to ride more.
Well, certainly looks like it's working out well for Palace so far out there today. The EF Education Easy Post rider finding his way up into this front group with 2 teammates out there as they continue to hold on to a 2-minute and 20-second gap over 5 riders trying to come up to him. We'll see if we get an update on that gap as these guys ripping across the countryside on their way into downtown Baltimore, where the fans starting to build here. The crowd getting ready to welcome the front of the Maryland Cycling Classic to the front of the group. They've been out enjoying the city all day. We've seen folks coming in and out of all the great stuff around the harbor here. It really is a great place to come and enjoy a sporting event, whether it's an Orioles game or a world-class cycling event. There's plenty to do here in Baltimore.
2 young riders there on the front, one from the USA national team, Patrick Welsh, and number 103. If anyone was at the team presentation when number 103, Jack Draga from New Zealand, went up on stage, it was a question if he was even out of high school. I mean, he looked so young and he was so skinny, and he had such a really cool personality. It's just great seeing this young generation be able to cut their teeth a little bit at this sort of massive event for not only the USA, but for the state of Maryland.
It's been nice seeing the riders really getting a chance to enjoy this race as well. They bring them in a little bit before. You get to kind of see the city a little bit, kind of get used to the place that you're going to be racing. So it was nice to sort of hear some of the stuff that a lot of the riders had a chance to enjoy, including the art museum, very popular among the riders at the pre-race presentation.
Welcome to the Baltimore Museum of Art. This building was designed by John Russell Pope and has been standing for over 100 years. This is also the home to the largest public collection of Matisse in the world, as well as our cone collection, contemporary collections, African, Asian, and Oceanic collections, European collections, and our sculpture garden. So right now we're standing in our African and Ancient American galleries. I'm here next to our Great Mother headdress, also known as the Dimba. She is a symbol of great power, primarily for women in that village. This is our cone collection. Etta and Clarabelle Cone were 2 Baltimorean sisters who were known for collecting many artworks, especially by their friend Henri Matisse, but they also collected works from other modern artists and sculptors. They were also known for collecting works such as furniture, keys, and different kinds of laces. Be sure to visit our beautifully landscaped sculpture gardens. Thank you for coming with me to visit the Baltimore Museum of Art today, and I hope to see you soon.
What was it? Bobby, we're going to have to extend our stay. We still got a lot more to see here in downtown Baltimore.
I tell you, one of the coolest things that I saw, not only guys coming back from just walking around, but some of the Team Coratech guys, I was in the elevator with them, and they had just walked over to the stadium and bought baseballs. And they were, showing each other the baseballs that they bought. And I just started laughing, because obviously baseball is America's pastime. And if you're coming from Italy, like, you got to go home with a baseball, right? Not one to the schnoz like we saw yesterday up in the stands.
It's easier to just buy one.
Yeah, just buy one. Just don't try to catch those foul balls with your face.
I think you can buy authentic balls there. They have game-used balls that you can buy over there, and then you can actually track where the ball was used. So I hope they got a good piece of souvenir.
The one thing that I'm curious now is the morale and the mentality of all these different groups out here. When you're in the front, right, you don't have that carrot. When you're in the back, if you're in the second group, in the third group, you constantly have that carrot. And every single rider that took the start here today wants to do something. They want to be on TV. They want to get a result. So if they can, sort of gel and find that group, they'll be able to make it back up here to the front. But right now, man, these guys are looking just dialed, absolutely dialed.
Do you start to get frustrated with riders in the breakaway? I mean, would this be the point where you start to say, like, all right, you guys have to help us at some point if there's riders sitting on, or maybe saying, okay, Yef, what are you doing? Like, let up here. We don't need to ride this hard. Chill out.
I think these guys have absolutely settled into the rhythm. This group was decided on a very hard part of the race. No one's here because they're lucky. They're all here because they're strong. They all respect each other. And I think these World Tour riders are getting a lot of respect for the riders in the lower tiers, the three other riders that are not on these world teams, and they're taking them pull for pull. That's the way you gain respect. And if you're sitting there on the back, yeah, you're going to see guys yapping. But I think they've all kind of said to each other, listen, let's just keep this rolling. Let's get to as close to the finish as possible and go from there.
So again, look at your front group, including Simmons, Scoinge, Schultz, Bulmer, Vanmarcke, Biermans, Paulus, Court, Piccolo, Zukowski, Lozano, and Oyola, your first 12 out of that group.
And remember, this last KOM, it's all to play for. It's going to be interesting. It may come down to a little tiebreaker action because we haven't had one rider win both KOM sprints. So the third one, if you want to guarantee that you're on the podium here in downtown Baltimore, that's a little bit of a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush sort of thing.
And they'll have a almost back-to-back intermediate sprint into a KOM as they come onto the circuits. You'll have a sprint for intermediate sprint points through the line as they enter the circuits, and then the final KOM, the third of the day, comes just after that, just about 5 miles after. So it goes up almost immediately after they come through the line. They make a turn, and then the road goes up. So only one sprint point on the road, and that's coming up at 46.6 miles to go.
And what a beautiful day here in Baltimore County in Maryland. This is quite a treat. I mean, you put so much effort, and over these last couple days, I've listened to the people that have been in the trenches that have made this happen. And I always said that you can plan the perfect race, but so much of it can go sideways if the weather's not bad, if there's wind. But this was just destined. The people that waited 2 years, this is the 2.5 years, almost 3 years in planning to make this happen. I tip my cap to you, and definitely if I see you at the hotel bar tonight, I got to buy you a beer, because this event so far has been amazing, and thank goodness you guys have good weather to showcase this area, not only Baltimore County, but also downtown. We're starting to see a lot of people come downtown to the finish, It's what a day for the Maryland Cycling Classic, for Baltimore and for Maryland, as well as bike racing of this caliber in the United States.
Double pace line going for those guys up the front. These are the chasers that we've been keeping our eye on, and our last time check at 3 minutes and 35 seconds showing them losing time to those 12 leaders up the road. So this is not trending the right direction for Kyle Murphy and company here.
It's a numbers game. You know, when you have that many, when you have 12 guys swapping off in the front compared to 5, it's tough.
Well, we talked about some of the folks that helped make this race happen here in Baltimore, and one guy who has been working tirelessly behind the scenes for the last 3 years really is a man by the name of Terry Hazeltine, who has been a huge part of bringing this race to Baltimore and bringing professional racing back to the United States.
I'm here with Terry Hazeltine from the Sports Entertainment Corporation of Maryland, and we are here at the start of the Maryland Cycling Classic. I know it's been a long time in the making. What are you feeling right now?
Well, seeing it all come together and seeing this beautiful vista up here at Kelly Benefits and seeing all the teams out here, I mean, what a great way to showcase the entire state of Maryland through an event of this magnitude. International riders from all over the globe, guests treating them well on the streets. This is going to be a spectacular day, and I'm so glad this finally see blood. It's about 4 years of hard work and sweat and tears come together. So I'm just elated.
You talk about 4 years. I mean, that's got to be like pulling teeth to make sure that this actually happened, and the day is here. And I know, like you mentioned, the festivities are going on. We've been here since Wednesday having a really good time. I had an honor to hear you speak and show your passion about this event. What are you expecting at the finish line today?
A lot of people really seeing how well we showcase the entirety of our city, of our county, and of our state. People are going to walk away saying, holy smokes. We can do really big things when we put our minds together, and that's what we did here. We brought all these communities together to carry out one task, put on this world-class event, treat everybody with the kind and care gloves that they deserve to have, and make sure that people have a good time, talk about their experience here, go home so other people come in the future.
Absolutely. And I know my experience has been great, and I can't wait to get down to the finish and see what happens in the race. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, let's get it done.
Hussam Bahati, our field reporter all week, catching up with Terry Hazeltine at the start this morning. Quinn Simmons back up on the front, your lead group of 12 riders trying to make their way into downtown Baltimore with just over 51 miles of racing to go. They're going to start entering the circuits here very soon. Now, Bobby, before they get on to the finishing circuits, there is this ripping downhill. They'll see some pretty fast speeds on the way in before they get onto the circuit here. So that's maybe one last opportunity for these chasers to try to bring back time. But as we get down to close to 50 miles of racing to go, I'm wondering if these chasers are going to have time to even get in there. And at some point, we're going to have to start wondering if this peloton is going to make the cutoff onto the circuit.
Good point. Good point. This group is just they're working so well together that it's going to take a monumentous effort by a lot more than just those 5 chasers to make a dent here. I think we're going to see the first ever winner of the Maryland Cycling Classic come from this group. But you mentioned something about downhills, and yesterday I got to do the Bridges of Hope charity ride, and the legend, the Hall of Fame linebacker legend, Ray Lewis rode with us. And he's a big dude. I mean, he's 240 pounds of just ripped muscle. And when we started going down those descents, I was a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
Then I saw Ray get in the super tuck. I have never even gotten to the super tuck because it scares me so much. And I was holding my breath like, what is he doing? What is he doing? And he popped right back out of it. And then on the next descent, there was a nice right-hand turn, and he was in the super tuck the entire time. So not only is he a Hall of Fame linebacker, 2-time Super Bowl champion for the Baltimore Ravens, but the guy can ride his bike.
Wow, great descender. Palace getting on the radio, and they're going to have to start working out their strategy because they are rapidly approaching downtown Baltimore. It's hard to believe that they're going to be in downtown here in less than 30 minutes, but it goes from these rolling, beautiful terrains to a tight urban circuit very, very quickly. So I think that's what they're starting to set up here and starting to talk about, getting some information from the car, trying to figure out about this intermediate sprint coming up, and then the KOM, the third and final KOM, immediately following that.
Yeah, they've been talking about from the beginning that this is the tale of two courses. You know, you got one out here in the beautiful Baltimore County area, and then you got the like suburban, or I'm sorry, rural sort of this city sort of circuit, which is always kind of unpredictable. Yeah. But when you see the way that these guys are working right now, I think it's not really going to change too much.
So that's the downhill run that we were talking about going into the circuits. And then here's a good look at your finish line on the Inner Harbor here in Baltimore. It's plenty of straight from that last corner. I'm going to say at least 200 meters out of the last turn. So they should have plenty of space to open up the sprint. But if this comes down to a 12-group sprint to the line, or a 12-rider sprint out of that group, it's going to be interesting because that's a hard group to sprint out of.
It's actually a lot longer than it looks. It's actually about a kilometer long straight. And I went out and walked the last 400 or 500 meters today. And yes, it's city streets. There's little grooves, there's little bumps in the pavement. There's a lot going on there. But they're going to have 4 times to actually pick the line that they want. And I'd rather be able to pick my line from a group of 12 rather than a group of 112.
Even some gaps forming here into the corners. You can definitely see that these guys continuing to push the tempo on the front. EF has not given up all day. These guys own this breakaway right now.
They have made all the right moves, and as we say in this game, you can make all the right moves, but you got to make the right move at the end. So their work is not done yet. I like where they're at. I'm sure they're happy where they're at. But you know, when you have a rider like Tom Squeens, like Quinn Simmons, you got to finish it off, and this would absolutely be just the cherry on top of the cake if they could do it. But what a ride here today by Team Novo Nordisk in the front, taking these guys, these World Tour teams, pull for pull. This is one of the best rides I've ever seen from this team, because he did not just float into this breakaway.
Well, getting a good look at our front group of 12 here. Nice shot from the moto up on the front as we get a good close-up look at everybody here, including a freshly drunk Nick Zukowski knocking out a bottle. And then the Biermans.
Yeah, there's a couple riders in here that, you know, it's been a while since I've been this close to a bike race. Can they sprint? Have they won races? Do they have the legs to upset the apple cart today? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, we have quite a bit more racing before.
I'm noticing every time Tom Scoinge goes through and takes his pole, he's exchanging a few words with these EF guys. It's happened the last 3 times that Scoinge has come to the front here. So not sure what they're talking about, but man, would I love to know.
Yeah, we asked him a pretty funny question during the team presentation of a rumor that I had heard how he learned how to speak such good English. And he told us that it was the Cartoon Network. Yeah. You know, who says The Simpsons is not good television?
Well, now living out in Colorado with his wife, Abigail. So no stranger to racing on American roads. I'm thinking he's starting to develop some American tastes as well. I'm sure he's got his favorite restaurants and stuff back home. Double pace line here.
Yeah, the speed, you can just see the speed is different. The impetus is different. The no disrespect, but this is what we would call chopping wood. You know, you're not going to make the end roads here. Guys are talking, questioning, like, you know, how long are we going to keep doing this? But, you know, there's still some top placings on you know, in the cards for these guys. They want to represent themselves the best they possibly can. No rider stops unless he absolutely has to stop, but this is a little bit of a losing battle, I'd hate to say.
Well, you never know until you try, right? You got to stay out there for, let's say, at least 30 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever. Give it a go and see if you can bring back at least a little time. All they're trying to do is get that trending in the right direction, right? If you see that you bring a minute back, all of a sudden you're like, okay, we can do this. But if these guys are still getting this 3.5 minute time check, that's going to be mentally tough on this group.
Yeah, you want to see that time gap coming down, but it's not that easy.
So Gallipan, Nealance, Murphy, Carpenter, and Eder Frere here. A group of 5 chasers.
Funny story about Elder Frere. I was with some friends down south of Tijuana right before the whole pandemic kicked off, and we were doing a Gran Fondo. And we stopped at one of the feed zones, and all of a sudden we saw this kid in Legion of Los Angeles kit, and at that time he was national champion, out there doing his intervals. And we invited him to come over, and we took a picture with him, and yeah, it was the first time that I met him, and it's just great seeing him out here now doing a great ride. I mean, he just maybe slipped back a little bit too far when Nielsen put down the hammer over that KOM, second KOM, and or else he would be in this group right now as well, representing the country of Mexico.
Back up to our front group of 12. Surprise, surprise, EF Education Easy Post back up on the front. I'm trying to figure out if there are any passengers in this group. We talked about some riders in here that we hadn't really seen a whole lot of, and really no reason. Riders like Nicholas Schultz, I mean, I can't really see a good argument for a guy like Schultz to do any work in this scenario.
No, not at all. And remember, I was a little bit critical of the Team Bike Exchange Jayco team because they had these 2 guys in the front, but they're 2 favorites in the back. So maybe they're hiding something. Maybe Nick Schultz, you know, he's 27-year-old Australian kid. I haven't met many Australians that can't sprint.
Well, we know they said they wanted Matthews or Groenewegen at the finish, but that is becoming increasingly less likely. We go down to 46.8 miles to go. Those guys are going to have to make up, let's see, what is now going to be right around 5.5 minutes. I mean, those guys are back in the peloton right now, so not only do they have to make up that gap to the 5 chasers, but then another 3.5 up to the 12 leaders.
Talking about sprinters, I need to do my research on the Medellin rider. You never know, because there's a lot of great sprinters coming out of Colombia these days. And man, if you're flying under the radar, this is absolutely a great opportunity for you. And to steal a quote from one of my last podcasts, Mr. Fisher said, Mr. Gary Fisher said, you got to give these kids a challenge and a chance. And these guys all have a chance right now. So they got to make the most of it. And this is going to be just an exciting last 46 miles.
Oh, and just like that, they are starting to make their way into this downtown circuit as you start to see the views changing a little bit. The road's starting to get a little more narrow as we get ready for our first and final point sprint of the day.
Yeah, you got to wonder here if any of these guys want to really show their cards in the sprint, or if they just kind of want to see how their legs feel when they do click it down to the big gear and put the big watts to the pedals. It's a slippery slope. It's a risk because you're trying to keep your cards close to your chest right now, and you don't want to give anybody that little. You don't want to show anyone your tell that you are absolutely sprinting well, because I think The World Tour team guys right now are asking the same question to their directors over the radio. Who are these guys? Can they sprint?
There's the KOM awaiting them. They're on right now. So that's Ayala on the front, who, remember, picked up maximum points through KOM number 2. But Quinn Simmons also picked up maximum points through KOM number 1.
Yep, here we go, 1K to the top, and this is for all the marbles here. We may have to do a little count back and tiebreaker, because it could be interesting here. No clear-cut favorite.
Yeah, we might have to go deep into the tech guide to figure out what the tiebreaker for a KOM will be here. I guess you probably go back to, well, usually it's either the most recent or the number of wins, number of maximum points. So
I'm a little bit rusty on those sort of rules.
This is not a scenario you have a whole lot.
I'm going to go with whoever has the maximum number of points and who wins or has the highest point total on the last sprint.
Right.
I'll put my hand in the fire. It's don't quote me on that, though.
Simmons riding on the front here. Ayala was up there, but dropped back a little bit. Actually, there he is right there, just behind Simmons. And looks like Palace. Now, Simmons went a little early on the first one.
He's taking it from the front, too.
Yeah, Ayala waiting to jump here. We'll see if he does. And here goes Simmons. He'll be first to go. Ayala right on the wheel, though. This will be a great setup between these two. The American versus the Colombian going to the line. And Simmons got to pick up maximum points. But Ayala second through. So that should put Quinn Simmons into the KOM lead, and I think the KOM win for Quinn Simmons.
He made it easy on us.
Yeah, thank you, Quinn.
Didn't want to go that deep in the books.
Yeah, now if it had been a new rider winning maximum points, that would have left Simmons and Ayala tied on points, but Simmons breaking it here. Here's the jump.
Took it from the front, too. Impressive.
I think he was maybe trying to box Ayala in there just a little bit. He saw that he was kind of stuck behind Palace and then went. And I love the look over at the wheel. You see how he looks right at the front of Ayala's wheel there. Don't forget about these guys, 5 riders behind your 12 leaders. New gap is 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So they're not gaining time, they're not losing time, they're just kind of existing right now.
You know, we talked about the bikes, how much they have changed, but we also have to mention the clothing. Back in the day, you could tell a cyclist because he had farmer's tan.
Yeah.
And one thing that I've noticed now with these aerodynamic jerseys and all these different materials are the sleeves are getting longer.
Yep.
And the socks are getting higher.
Yep.
So I was walking behind Nielsen Palace the other day, and he had his tan line basically up to the middle of his calf muscle.
Yep.
And man, there's no hiding that at the beach, my friend.
And the fabric is getting thinner too, because now I'm seeing guys with tan lines on their back, like from the bibs, because you know, the jerseys are so thin, they're letting those UV rays through, and they're actually getting, or you'll see the pattern of the jersey sort of tanned onto their back. Now the chasers, these 5, working their way up to the KOM. Nice to see some folks out there gathering at one of the intermediate points to watch the racing. Now, hopefully they'll have time to get back down onto the circuits. I know a lot of folks use the opportunity to see the start up at Kelly Benefits and then work their way down into Baltimore to watch the finishing circuits. So not really going to matter for the third KOM for those 5 riders. We're really just trying to get a look at what that gap might be at 3 minutes and 20 seconds, but I think that's going to be pretty accurate up here for the front group. So as we continue to watch them, we've been talking about how enjoyable it has been for the riders and staff here in Baltimore, and obviously a lot of maritime history along the water, including the finish at the Inner Harbor, where it hosts some pretty incredible ships.
Welcome to Historic Ships in Baltimore, home port to USS Constellation. Constellation's keel was laid in 1854, and she's the last all-sail warship built by the U.S. Navy and the only Civil War era warship still afloat. We're up on the spar deck of USS Constellation right now. This is the uppermost deck of the ship where all of the sailing operations would have taken place. The ship's wheel is on this deck. All of the lines for controlling the sails are up on this deck, and this is where the crew would have done most of their work. The most important thing this ship did was just prior to the Civil War, when she was the flagship of the U.S. Africa Squadron. The U.S. Africa Squadron was charged with the duty of capturing American flag vessels that were engaged in the illegal slave trade. Constellation captured 3 ships, 2 of which were empty, but the third had a human cargo of just over 700 men, women, and children on board, who were subsequently brought back to Africa after their rescue. We're on the gun deck of Constellation right now. This is the business area of the ship. The ship carried 16 8-inch chambered shell guns, which fired an exploding shell, which for that time was brand new technology. It's also the deck where the ship's galley is located, with a stove big enough to feed 325 sailors. The sailors' diet consisted of many things that contained salt. Salt was the preservative. Salt beef, salt pork, salted fish, salted butter, salted cheese. The ship had no refrigeration, and they had to have enough provisions on board to last 2 to 3 months for those 325 sailors. The wardroom is where Constellation's officers lived. Constellation had 10 officers, plus the captain. The captain actually lived in the deck above us, all by himself in more splendor than this. And this is actually very luxurious compared to where the rest of the crew lived up forward of this area, slinging in hammocks and moving with the motion of the ship as the ship sailed across the Atlantic and back. This is only one vessel in the historic ships collection. We have 3 more ships: the submarine USS Torsk, the lightship Chesapeake, Coast Guard cutter WHEC 37, the last vessel still afloat from the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, and then the 7-foot Knoll Lighthouse. And all of these artifacts are available for viewing right here in Baltimore.
Out of the saddle. Up in our front group here as they go down to just under 43 miles of racing remaining. Looks like Quinn Simmons intent on keeping this one moving up in the front group.
Nice to see that old Quinn grew his beard back, because remember in the Tour de France he shaved it and I didn't even recognize him.
And then we see Piccolo and Paulus up here for EF Easy Post. Court at the very back here, so I'm wondering if maybe he's starting to save up or if he was just back at the car. Not sure. Starting to see some leaves falling Give
I
me
was
a little,
just
little
questioning that.
nostalgia for summer here.
Okay, I know it's Labor Day weekend, and that's the official end
Yeah.
of summer, but I'm not ready to see the leaves falling quite yet.
No. It's still warm. We still got that going for us.
Yeah, what a great weekend up here in Maryland. It's been fantastic weather since we got here. So I had to do a little bit of research right now on the Team Medellin rider, Oyola. He's 34 years old. He hasn't won a race, so there's very, very little information on him. He's been riding since 2010, always on the Colombian teams. But wow, 34 years old, hasn't won a race, and he's in this breakaway right now. Fantastic ride by him.
You have to imagine probably riding in support of some of the other team leaders. Guys like Oscar Sevilla would oftentimes be the team leader for a squad like that. I think I remember him from racing Colorado. I think he would have done the USA Pro Challenge years here in the U.S., so no stranger to racing on U.S. roads, but Baltimore a little different than Colorado, let's say. I'm impressed by these 5 guys hanging in there. I mean, at this point, you're not racing for 13th place. I don't think anyone is really interested in a top 20 ride. They want to win this race or get on the podium. These guys' intent was to make it up to the leaders, and they're just not giving up.
Yeah, not many bike racers have that mentality. There's always that chance that there'll be some disruption in the front group, and steady Eddie pace will get them back up there. When I mentioned the unique tan of current generation cyclists, you see old Niels Krijslands from the Israel Premier Tech team. He basically has a half sleeve jersey and those socks yanked all the way up there. And I think you're going to start seeing more and more people on the side of the road the closer that we get to the downtown Baltimore area, because when I got to go and ride with the U.S. national team the other day, we're out on these beautiful roads, then we're coming through these urban neighborhoods, and they're all out there on the street corners yelling, "Hey, are you guys doing the bike race?" And we'd yell back to them, "Are you guys going to watch?" And they were like, "Absolutely." And it was really cool riding with the kids with the USA national team jerseys, because there was just that rallying cry, USA, USA, all the way into town. It was awesome.
These guys just about 9 miles away from entering the circuit, and looking forward to seeing what they do with this second group and the peloton as they enter the circuits. A lot of folks starting to make their way in from off of the course into downtown Baltimore after finding a spot out there on the road. It's just like being a soigneur or a team logistics manager. You got to try and figure out the best route to get there, try and figure out the timing, look at the logbook, figure out where they're going to be, and plan your day accordingly as a bike race spectator.
Not as easy as it sounds.
All right, 40 miles of racing to go as the front group works their way into downtown Baltimore. We are just about to enter the circuits here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. They're about 9 miles away from entering the city.
With UnitedHealthcare, access to quality healthcare may be closer than you think. You'll find coverage solutions for virtually any budget, no matter where life takes you, with UnitedHealthcare. So access to care may be closer than you think when you choose UnitedHealthcare. Learn more at uhc.com.
If you're open for an unforgettable vacation, we're open for you. Plan your trip today. Maryland. Be open for it.
Say most who come stay, come and meet your people, come and find your way, This is Baltimore. You don't know real until you've been to Baltimore. Yeah, so art, so pure and real for sure. This is Baltimore.
Starting to pick up speed on the way in as they get ready to leave the elevation behind. Meanwhile, as we were in break, the lead group lost one. David Lozano has gone out of the back of that group. The Novo Nordisk rider coming unglued. So we'll call that 11 plus one chaser. Just saw Lozano going out of the camera shot here. So not sure if it was on an uphill or what happened to Lozano, but he did get popped out of this group. Some fans pumped to see a bottle coming their way. That's cool. Very similar to, I guess, catching an MLB ball, you know. Game used.
Yeah, and hopefully it'll be empty so it won't weigh too much. But when one of those foul balls is coming at you at 80 miles an hour, it's you better duck, get out of the way, or have a baseball glove.
Now, they usually do a pretty good job of putting it at their feet, right? You try and keep it low.
Yeah, keep it low.
These guys not running out of motivation yet. Kyle Murphy up on the front here in the Stars and Stripes jersey obviously wants to put on a good performance on his home soil here. And remember, Murphy may not race in America again during his national championship tenure. It may be until Nationals next year in Knoxville that he's back to racing in the United States. That Human Powered Health team has really been committing to their European racing program, building up their results there, signing more international riders, getting more opportunities to race at more of those European races. And so we've been seeing them less and less racing here in the U.S. And it's really a sign of success for that program that has been on this path and on this track for a long time, trying to build a top-level road team.
And they are, and you know, you have to go to Mr. Kelly, who's put, you know, a lot of time and effort and resources behind the team, as well as their longtime director, Jonas Carney. I used to race with Jonas. He's been there for a long time. Don't really see his name in lights very often, but like if you're doing the same thing, developing riders for 17 years, you know, you're doing something good for the sport of cycling. And yeah, they are having to race over in Europe now because there's just not enough races over here. And you know, it isn't cheap, it isn't easy as an American rider to go over and, you know, be based out of Europe for months on end. But you know, this is a really, really good team. And, you know, they've got a rider in the lead group, and don't know so much about him as well, but he could surprise us also. I mean, 24-year-old Canadian Nicholas Zubiowski, I believe is how you pronounce his name.
Zukowski.
Zukowski.
Yeah, this is a guy who's done a lot of, I guess, North American domestic racing. Hasn't really gotten the crack at Europe yet. These guys look like they're settling down a little bit. I mean, is this a race for 13th at this point? Like, do these guys, do they need the points? Are they looking at a top 20 ride? What's the motivation for this group that looks pretty clear that they're not going to get up into that front group. Are they counting on chaos up at the front? Are they counting on that group falling apart? I guess you never know. Maybe they start to fall apart in that group of 12, but with only 60K to go, it's a big ask.
Bike racers are tough. You have a start line and you have a finish line, and unless you are sick or injured, you cross that finish line. And these guys may not be going for the top steps on the podium, but they're going to finish this race. This is going to be a good training day. You know, they got some other races coming up in Canada soon. You know, this is a race, not a simulation race, but a race, and you know they're getting the most out of it, even though their names may not be in lights today.
Murphy looking for something in the pocket here. Nice, trying to pull a gel out.
Got to keep eating, even in a group like this where it's steady and you're not doing those, you know, very violent accelerations. You got to keep that constant carbohydrate fuel to the muscles.
Nice neighborhood came down to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing the crowds. I remember growing up and being on the national team and doing races on the East Coast like the Tour de Trump and the Tour de Pont, Kmart Classic, the Pittsburgh race, the
part of the Triple Crown
Thrift Drug Classic. On the East Coast, I mean, all you need to get people interested in the sport is see, be exposed to it. And we haven't been able to expose, especially the Eastern Seaboard, Mid-Atlantic states, to cycling in quite a while, at least at this level. And, you know, bring your kids out next year. You know, maybe you just are a little perturbed because you can't get to where you need to go to, and you come out and you watch and you see these guys putting in this amazing effort. And then next year you bring out your kids, and then the next thing you know, your kids are asking you to buy a bicycle. So this race is so important on so many different levels, exposing the American population where cycling isn't very well known to the masses. And if we can do that through races like the Maryland Cycling Classic and other races that'll hopefully be spawned by this great event, we're going in the right direction.
And for me, it was seeing my first race in person that really got me hooked on bike racing. I just didn't understand the speed and power and the blur of colors that makes it such a great spectator event.
100%, 100%. And if you're listening to us right now, I can understand that you weren't out in Baltimore County, but get on down to the circuit, post up on one of these rails, on one of the barriers, and watch and feel the wind when these riders come by you, how fast they're going. There's nothing like it. It is absolutely a game changer when you can see. It's like when you go to a hockey game for the first time and you see how fast these guys are skating on the ice, or how fast those foul balls are coming at you at the football stadium, or how big those NFL players are. These guys are warriors. They're out there racing, training, making so many sacrifices in their lives, and all for you to come out and watch them. So please come down to the circuit. You will not regret it.
Still time to get down there. Just about maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours before the anticipated finish. Finish line right on the corner of Pratt and Concord in downtown Baltimore. If you're in the area, still time to get down.
Yeah, this place is popping. So many great restaurants, so many great hotels. You got the Inner Harbor right here with all the boats. It's just a really cool downtown area. So maybe the Team Novo Nordisk rider just went back to the car, because I see him back in the group now. That's fantastic.
No, when we last saw Lozano, he was a good 10, 15, 20 seconds off the back. I don't think he would have gone to the
Must have had a mechanical.
Yeah, I don't think he would have gone to the back of the caravan to get his team car. They would almost definitely call that car up for him. So, yeah, probably just recovering from a mechanical. But Lozano has got back in there. So we are back to 12 riders up on the front. Their gap has gone up to 4 minutes and 10 seconds to the 5, as now they're just a few miles away from entering the downtown Baltimore circuit. We're going to take one more quick break before the downtown racing action starts here at the Maryland Cycling Classic.
UnitedHealthcare offers coverage plans designed for your unique needs, no matter where you are in life. So access to care may be closer than you think with UnitedHealthcare. Learn more at uhc.com.
If you're open for an unforgettable vacation, we're open for you. Plan your trip today. Maryland. Be open for it.
You know what they say, most who come stay, come and meet your people, come and find your way, This is Baltimore. You don't know real until you've been to Baltimore. So pure and real for sure. This is Baltimore.
Just under 35 miles of racing for our 12 leaders as they make their way onto the circuits here. Now again, this group is the remnants of an original group of right around 24 riders. They have now whittled it down to what was 12. And now Race Radio reporting Simmons out of this one. He's right there. So we'll call this still 12 riders in the group. Those 12: Balmer, Biermans, Lozano, Court, Oyola, Piccolo, Paulus, Schultz, Simmons, Scoinge, Vanmarcke, and Zukowski.
So we definitely have some of the main favorites, and then we definitely have some outsiders. So this is what makes the sport so interesting. You just never know if a guy's going to have the best day of his life and upset the apple cart here a little bit with these bigger teams. But yeah, what a race it's been so far. And once we hit these circuits, it's going to be super electric down here in downtown Baltimore.
Starting to get through some road furniture here as well. The divided road section here. And it'll start to get more technical as well. They'll start to have to deal with some of these 90-degree corners. You're going to start to get into a different cornering technique than they've used all day today on the winding roads of Baltimore County. It's going to be much more like a circuit race when they get into the city here. Even a moto is going to have to dial things up a bit here.
Yeah, I know from yesterday and this morning coming into town and then doing some of the circuits. Listen, there's some urban streets here. You know, there's some bumps in the road, uneven pavement. But, you know, in the front with 12 guys, you're going to have a better field of vision. And these guys just need to point out these things to each other. They, you know, you don't want to run over a lifted manhole cover, you know, third wheel back and have a flat and wind up flatting out of this group, because these guys have put in an amazing effort today. Let's just hope this road furniture doesn't get in the way, but that's to be expected. And all these riders have gone out and recon this circuit so far, so there shouldn't be too many surprises.
I will say the city has done a fantastic job of preparing this route. We saw them out over the last 3 days, patching roads, repaving sections, working with the Department of Public Works to make this course as perfect as it can be for the run into the finish. As Tony Galopin continuing to tap out tempo on the front, gap down to 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Again, doesn't look like these guys are going to make it up there. So it's really going to come down to a sprint out of that front group of what should be 12 riders. And no pure sprinters in that group, but we'll see who the best sprinter out of the breakaway is. It's going to be really interesting to see how they try and set it up and see this run into the line. Well, as we get into it, I want to bring in Rassan Bahati one more time as Rassan has made his way back down towards the finish. He is close to the finish line and sounds like he got a look at the line. Rassan, where are you right now? Oh, I see you right there. I don't know if Rassan can hear us.
All right, I'm here at the finish line. We have watched an exciting race, and just in a few minutes, the peloton, the main breakaway group, will be here. Now, we watched the group of 24 turn to a group of 12. There are some many really good riders out there. Nilsen Powless, their team is absolutely stacked with Nilsen, Courts Nilsen, and I'm telling you, it's going to be, I think, maybe one or two riders to slip away from that 12 group, and then it's going to be a good sprint to the finish of a really small group.
Out there as well. Rassan, looks like the crowd's starting to grow out there as well. Have you seen it starting to build where you are? We're seeing incredible pictures from our view. All right, we'll try and get Rassan back in here a little bit.
Couple porch parties out there, people enjoying, people being exposed to bike racing. That's what we want. We want the whole community to embrace this event and want to have it back. This is here to stay. Let's just sit back and relax and enjoy this last little part of the race, which gets a little bit more technical, but that's where it gets interesting because everything's to play for now. These guys went out, they rode 100 some odd miles out in the nice roads, and now they're coming back into the finishing circuits, which is always a quite unique way to end a bike race.
These guys slowing up a little bit. So I'm not sure which group this will be. That's Tyler Williams, the Legion rider. I thought that might have been the Frere group. So I'm guessing this will be the, what, third group on the road? Yeah, gotta be. And that group does include Michael Matthews here.
And this is not the group that Michael Matthews wanted to be in, that's for sure.
Well, not for lack of effort. Remember, he did give it that go to try and go across a massive gap earlier in the day, but turns out it didn't matter. That group was gone once Matthews tried to go. He had already missed the train, and there was no coming back from that one. So this is Frere having a little trouble at the back here. These guys all stuck together. Galopin, Nealance, Murphy, Carpenter, and Frere. If nothing else, they rode well as a 5-rider unit. But fortunately, just not enough today.
They just needed a few more guys as strong as them to help them at least have a 10 against 12 or 12 against 12. But when you're 5 against 12, it's tough. And I know to the general public, you don't really understand why. But like once you have 12 guys swapping off and getting that extra rest, being in the draft, which is saving you energy, and being in the draft means that you're directly behind the rider in the slipstream, just like a NASCAR race. So that's why they're kind of rotating to the front and to the back, is to share that workload, breaking the wind in the front. That makes it a little bit easier and makes the group go faster. But obviously, if you have more people in that group doing the same thing together, you're going to go faster.
Looks like some of the Pro Touch riders starting to link up on the front. The South African squad getting a little time up there with Kent Main.
And there's Michael Foley, fresh off the Canadian individual pursuit. He's still in this group, so he's had a busy last 24 to 36 hours, that's for sure.
All right, and this will be the entry onto the circuit here as they make this left-hand turn, and that'll take us off of St. Paul Street onto Lanville. Nice shot from up above there, gives us a good look at the speeds. And now with 32 miles of racing to go, this becomes a much different race than it was out on the open roads outside of Baltimore. As now they get into the circuit, this is about cornering, this is about efficiency, and pretty soon it's going to be all about sprinting. Is there a chance that this group splits again? I mean, can you see a scenario where this doesn't come down to this bunch sprinting together?
I think that they have to split this group up a little bit. I mean, these guys are tired, and there's 32 miles to go, so there's a lot going on here. It's not good. I don't believe it's going to be a 12-up sprint, but there's going to be some attacks. There's going to be some tactics included, and here we go. Somebody going for the sprint points right away.
That's going to be the Medellin guys having a look at it. Lozano is back in the cars now. The Novo Nordisk rider, who has been sort of yo-yoing back and forth all day, is out of that group again. So it's down to 11. Lozano is about 10 seconds behind those 11, and then it's these 5 at about 4 minutes back from them. 4:20 on the GPS.
Yeah, so far they've been playing checkers in the front, and now it's time to play chess. It's going to get down and dirty. You want to look for combinations of those teams. Obviously, the numeric advantage goes to Team Education First Easy Post, but there's so many things that factor into a successful attack going up the road. I think they're going to stay together. They want to see a view of the circuit, because when they recon this, there was a lot of traffic. Now they have open roads. They want to get the best field of vision. They don't want to run over any potholes or, you know, any grooves in the road like you see. So I see them staying together for at least a lap, if not 2, and then on the 3rd lap, you know, trying to make that final selection. But they've been very, very good working together. But once you get closer and closer to the finish, all those deals, all those pleasantries go out the window, because it is time to win a bike race. And you know, Mr. Nice Guy does not win the bike race. You've got to be cagey, you got to be smart, you got to be strong, and don't count on the other guy to help you anymore. Like I said, I don't think I've ever seen a breakaway work that well together, that far away from the finish, but all deals are off now.
And this is where you start to link up with your teammates and try and figure out what that strategy is going to be, because if you've got numbers, you've got to use them. That's the only way you're going to up your odds of winning here, is figuring out how to use those teammates. Obviously, EF Education Easy Post with 3 guys in there. They've got to be looking at Magnus Cort out there today. Nielsen Palace maybe tries to go late. Piccolo the wild card for them, and then Trek Segafredo, the other big team with numbers. So we'll see if they put Quinn Simmons up there. I think we're trying to get up to that front group with the motos here. Hang with us for a minute.
Yeah, that front group is well into the circuit by now. There are some little tricky turns. There is some road furniture, like you mentioned, but they do go right by the inner harbor, and pretty beautiful over there.
You can see the elevation change even on this downhill or downtown circuit. Pretty good downhill section there, and what you give away, you must earn back. And that's what they're doing right now on the way back up. Is this Simmons driving? Oh, we're in the second group here, sorry. That'll be Galopin. Carpenter head down. Not a great sprinter, not a great finisher, but his best chance out of this group is probably going to be trying to split it here. Remember, they also have Kyle Murphy, though. Frere can sprint. He's got a decent finishing kick on him.
The tactics in this group is going to be a little bit different than the front group because they're not going for the win, but at the same time I do anticipate a sprint coming out of that chasing group.
Hey, might as well try and pick up the points, right? So now Carpenter coming through the line here, leading chase number 1 through. So again, Carpenter, Galopin, Hausen, Murphy, and Nealance. The 5-rider chase we're watching here in the race for what will be 13th place. Now, we'll see if these guys pick up Lozano or if he's able to get back up into that group. He's been up and back a few times. He would have to lose a pretty significant amount of time to come back to this group. But sometimes when you pop, you pop. So see if he gets back in there. Back up to the front group here. EF Education Easy Post driving, as has been the story all day, without a doubt the most aggressive squad in this breakaway here. And I take that back. This has got to be the peloton. That's Simon Carr. So we must have lost our camera up with the leaders. Yeah, because that's going to be Carr, Kukaleta, and Otto Vergaard. All right, so they're going to call that group Chase 2 through the line. And then there's another group of 9 riders behind them. So we're just kind of taking inventory as they come through the line. Supposed to be 18, 19, and 20 on the road. And then we must have missed Chase 3 because I think this is the remainder of the peloton. Or there is no Chase 3 anymore. Who knows? It's certainly more than 9 guys.
I wish I could help you here, Brad, but I'm not quite clear what's going on. I think we did lose the moto in group number 1, and this is the This is the Peloton.
Yeah, so we'll call this the Peloton. Chase 3, or what was Chase 3, has been reabsorbed. So this is it. If you didn't make it onto the circuit in this group, you're not getting into this one. So they're going to close the gates, I think, after these guys. And this will be the remainder of the Peloton with 111 starters at the beginning of the day today. Not many left out there right now. I hate to see a missed feed.
45-year-old Oscar Sevilla in that group. 45 years old, still doing it.
Yeah. Well, team's going to use the opportunity to shuffle some staff in the cars as they're on the circuits here in Baltimore. We'll take one more break before we pick up the final 3 laps of racing from the Maryland Cycling Classic.
UnitedHealthcare offers low to no cost coverage options to fit virtually any budget. So access to care may be closer than you think with UnitedHealthcare. Learn more at uhc.com.
If you're open for an unforgettable vacation, we're open for you. Plan your trip today. Maryland. Be open for it.
You know what they say, most who come stay, come and meet your people, come and find your way, This is Baltimore. You don't know real until you've been to Baltimore. So odd, so pure, and real for sure. This is Baltimore.
Welcome back. Finish line awaiting the second arrival of our front group. Should see them back through this finishing circuit here very shortly. Still holding on to a 5-minute lead over that chase group. We did our best to take inventory of the multiple groups coming through, but this one has just shredded on the way into the circuits. That was to be expected, but I don't think we expected this many groups. I think we thought it was either going to be a breakaway in the field or an abbreviated field where a lot of the big teams would be able to drive to the front and just sort of minimize that group. But 12 with a 5-minute gap over 5 with a 1:30 gap over 3 is maybe not what was anticipated on a lot of these riders' pre-race bingo card. The fans getting their front row spot from 150 meters out. It's a good spot to watch. You have what's the best place to watch a finish? If you're watching a sprint finish at the finish line, would you recommend anywhere specific to watch the finish?
Well, again, as a rider, I was never close to that.
Right.
So
you're like the front of the race. That's the best place to do it.
I would have to say I would want to see like between 150 and 50 meters to go. That would probably be the most exciting. Like that's where the guys are really making the action. And of course, right after the finish line, you're gonna hear who wins. The riders are gonna see 3 laps to go on the way through this next time. And it's hopefully we can get the motorcycle back up to group number 1 to see what's going on. I thought that they would stay together for at least a lap, if not 2, but we just don't know at the moment. I got to ride this course this morning a couple times, and it's not super tricky, but it's still pretty hard.
Yeah, we sent a camera out with Bobby on his pre-race course inspection, and here's what we found.
So after a beautiful tour of Baltimore County countryside, the riders now face 4 laps of 7.5 miles in downtown Baltimore. The tricky thing in urban finishes and urban circuits is there's always the unpredictable pothole, manhole cover, or just bumpy surface. So as a leader, I would want to come onto the circuit in front position, make sure I have a bird's eye view of what's going on, pointing out obstacles and potholes to my teammates so that on the second lap, third lap, and especially the finish, we have everything dialed. Okay, long straights like this one in a circuit are very important. This is where you can make the difference. You can make the difference by attacking, you can make the difference by setting tempo for your sprinter, or you can make the difference by getting dropped. So these false flat uphill sections of the course are going to be where a lot of the selection, tempo, and suffering happens.
After racing 120 miles, it's really going to boil down to the last kilometer after hitting the last 3 90-degree turns as we stand here on Pratt and Hopkins. 750 meters to go after they make this turn. Positioning is going to be key. Long straightaway, slight downhill, and from what I saw last night, a bit of a headwind. 750 meters to go is an extremely long way for a sprint finish. If I'm in this race and I'm coming at that last turn, I'm going to preserve everything I have until I get to this point, which is about 200 meters to go. With a slight headwind and a long race in my legs, I want to be as patient as possible and open my sprint up between 200 and 150 meters.
That's good. I certainly don't want to be first out of that last corner with a 750-meter sprint. You could even get from 4th, 5th, 6th position in this front group of 12. 11 now. We're picking them back up. So this is your lead group as we get our first look at them since entering the circuits here. All right, so Court, Balmer, Biermans, Paulus, Piccolo, Scoyne, Schultz, Vanmarcke, Zukowski, and Simmons. Lozano, the only one missing since this breakaway started. Well, this separation of the breakaway, because remember, this came from the ashes of a 24, and there's Lozano, so they're all back.
I tell you, I do not know what's going on. It must be some mechanical issue because he's just seesawing off the back and then just pops right back in there like nothing was wrong. So obviously it's nothing too serious.
Even surprised the camera guys because they wouldn't be in front of a rider in the break if he was that close. So he must have just got back in. Good on you.
Yeah, what a race he's having. Team Novo Nordisk, this is exactly what they were looking for. So yeah, these guys know now that it's one of these 12 guys that's going to win the race. They're, you see them a little bit spread across the road. They're not just totally driving it anymore. Their body language has changed. They wanted to see the circuit, and I think that's super important. Now they know, okay, turn 2, I need to avoid that pothole. Turn 5, there's that little, I call it the camelback corner. Just stay out of that sort of stuff, and let's let the pedals do the deciding in the race here.
Still rotating, though. I mean,
now they've seen the course. They know that they're not going to be uber challenged in this circuit. I mean, there are turns. There are some uphill, gradual, false flat sort of things, but there's no real violent accelerations needed until somebody wants to make the decision to attack and go into the breakaway and try to win this race. But there's so many things going on right now, and they're going back for their last couple bottles, maybe their last little bit of information, tactical information, suggestions, and maybe even information on these few riders that are not well known to these world team guys.
Watching the rotation order here and the direction that they're rotating. Not a whole lot of wind out here, so I don't think that's going to play into a factor in the finishing sprint. I mean, there's no reason to really worry about trying to hide. Sometimes we look for crosswinds or things like that that could change the setup, but it's pretty calm here on the Inner Harbor.
Pretty calm and pretty sheltered, in this downtown urban environment. So it's going to be who has gas left in the tank to make that decisive move at the decisive time. I don't think it's going to be a one and done. I think there's going to be multiple attacks and counterattacks that reshuffle the deck and decide the winner of this bike race.
So this is back with Chase 1 now. Eder Frere leading the way for Legion of Los Angeles. Now Frere going to like these circuits. He is the reigning Mexican Criterium National Champion. So been seeing his red, white, and green jersey a lot throughout the year.
That's a good shot of the team support cars filed out behind them. It's a lot that goes into supporting these riders. You see all those bikes on the roof. There's mechanics ready to jump out of the car and make a quick bike change or a quick wheel change. These guys are super excited right now. All day long they've just been kind of mellow and happy that their riders were in the breakaway. But now in the car, guys tend to get very, very excited, and a lot of the tactical advice has to come from those cool customers that are driving the cars that are instructing these riders over the radio. So it's not just the riders, it's the entire team, team tactics and strategy, and maybe a little bit inside knowledge of the course that's going to make the difference here.
We really haven't seen a ton of mechanicals throughout the day today. I mean, we didn't catch a ton of wheel changes or anything like that. So fortunately for a lot of these riders, I think the mechanical gods have been on their side for the most part. But
I hope we didn't just jinx anybody here.
I know.
But I rode these roads today. There are some tricky bits, and you know, everybody's tired right now. Your response time isn't super. You know, if you're forced onto the wrong line and you hit a pothole or a little bump in the road the wrong way, if there is going to be a mechanical, I would think it would be in this downtown urban environment, not out in those beautiful roads of Baltimore County.
Zukowski flicked his elbow on the front here. A 5-minute gap back to these guys.
Yeah, our sport is full of nuances with flick of the wrist. What does this mean? You'll see some guys flick both their wrists before they get out of the saddle, because when you get out of the saddle, it maybe sends the back of the bike backwards a little bit, so you don't want to impede the guy behind you. The flick of the wrist, depending on what side, or the flick of the elbow, just single. That means, hey, I'm done with my pull through. You know, then we have other hand gestures that I won't go into. You know, a lot of yelling from time to time. It's pretty funny how riders communicate out there.
Now, riders from all over the world racing here at the Maryland Cycling Classic, but there is an international, universal language spoken on the bike in professional racing.
Yeah, I think every rider out there knows the curse words in the different languages. It's pretty funny. You'll hear somebody say a bad word in a different language, and then that guy come up to him and start speaking to him or her in that language, and they're like, hey, that's all I got.
I only know a couple. I only know the important ones. All right, so again, this is going to be 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th place on the road.
Yeah, the crowds, I mean, the electricity around an urban downtown finish is so much fun, especially here on the East Coast, because there's a history here. There's a long history here in Baltimore, and thank goodness it's back. I did get to race here in Baltimore in 1990 Tour de Trump. We had a stage that finished here. I don't remember it. I'm not going to act like I do. But, you know, every big city finish, there's electricity to these downtown finishes that are just, you know, the younger rider you are, the more wide-eyed you are. And even for these European riders, they get a chance to finish in downtown Baltimore, a historic city in the United States that, you know, they probably dreamed that they'd never be able to go to, and here they are.
I believe that last stop here in 1990 would have been the Criterium stage with Davis Finney taking the win.
Yes, yes, yes. So we did a road stage in the morning, and back then we didn't have what we now refer to as the concussion protocol. We were going through the feed zone. My soigneur actually put the feed bag into my front wheel, and I flipped over and I hit my head. And the next thing I knew, we were 50 miles down the road until I looked down and I saw that I was bleeding. I asked my teammate Nate Schaefer what happened to me or why am I bleeding. He said, oh, you crashed 50 miles ago. And then we had to do a criterium that night, and I felt great in the criterium. So yeah, probably wouldn't have been able to continue racing this day and age because of the concussion protocol, which I fully support.
Yeah.
That's an interesting place to keep a bottle.
I'm not sure what they're doing up here. Simon Carr, Jens Kukalera, and Otto Vergaard in this group of 3. And then we go back up to the leaders here, our 12 riders at the front. They have now built their gap up to 5 minutes and 10 seconds. 3 laps to go for these guys. They are not coming back, and your winner will come out of this group right after this.
UnitedHealthcare offers coverage plans designed for your unique needs, no matter where you are in life. So access to care may be closer than you think with UnitedHealthcare. Learn more at uhc.com.
If you're open for an unforgettable vacation, we're open for you. Plan your trip today. Maryland. Be open for it.
I like to think of Baltimore as a crab. If you've never eaten a crab before, you won't know how by just looking at it. You have to sit at the table, listen to what people tell you and follow. Once you open the crab, you get hit with a blast of flavor. You discover all of the great things the crab has to offer. You now see why it brings families and friends together. All that goodness can happen only under one condition. You have to crack the crab open.
Welcome back. Final 3 circuits here on the Inner Harbor in Baltimore, Maryland, as we wrap up the inaugural Maryland Cycling Classic, but still a lot of racing to go here. There's a lot to work out in this front group as we start to identify the sprinters, try and figure out who may try and make a late race break or if they all just stay together. Into that last 750 meters out of the final corner. There's the remainder of the peloton making its way through the line, but not a whole lot to be had for this group today.
No, you got to finish what you started, though, especially now. Just enjoy it, get the training benefit out of it. There's more races to come. Today was not these guys' day, but still everything on the line for the 12 riders in the front. Still taking bottles. I mean, that tells you how warm it is out there and how much these guys need that last bit of refreshment and quick acting carbohydrate, because eating anything besides simple carbohydrates right now is not really going to help you go faster.
Yeah, there's not much that's going to help you go faster at this point.
And I see the 2 Trek Segafredo riders. They're like, you know, right in front of each other and behind each other. The EF Education guys are a little bit more split up. I would try to, if I was Trek Segafredo, I would try to be a little bit more split up there, because if you do get boxed in and an attack goes on the right side of the road or the wrong side of the road, you have a little bit better time to react. I don't know if you want to be like on each other's wheel right now, because there's going to be some absolute haymakers being thrown here pretty soon, and you just want to be in the best place possible to respond to those, not only as an individual but as a team.
Diversify a little bit, diversify your positions here. Question is, who is going to throw those first haymakers out there today? And you got to think that the teams with numbers will be the best equipped to do it. EF Education Easy Post with Powless, Court, and Piccolo the best equipped to send one rider up the road late here. The question is, who goes out of those three?
That's a very, very tough question. I mean, they probably want it to come down to a sprint, so I don't see them initiating an attack, because I think that Kort Nielsen, Magnus Kort Nielsen, is the strongest, is the fastest in this group. So they probably want to keep those variables to a minimum.
And they'll let Paulus and Piccolo lead Magnus Kort out.
You know, they're going to have to flip the script. I mean, you know, on paper, they're not the best lead-out guys. That's not what they do for a living. But if you remember, Nielsen Paulus did win the Classic San Sebastian last year in a sprint. And I always wonder, I was not a sprinter, but are these guys in the breakaway strong still? You know, the fastest sprinter, if he's tired, he's not going to be a very good sprinter. So it always comes down to who fueled enough and who kept a little bit lighter gear, who has that ATP left in the muscles to make those real violent accelerations. My money is on Magnus, but I think everybody else in that group is thinking the same thing, so they may play off on them, and they could go with someone like Nielsen. To have Nielsen Paulus win this race in America, I think you would hear downtown Baltimore just explode.
An American on the line here would certainly do well for this crowd. They've also got Quinn Simmons in here if you're looking for an American winner. So between Paulus and Simmons, the Americans got a shot.
A very good shot. And none of these guys have shown anything that's too strong or too weak. They look like they're exactly at the same level here. So pretty soon we have to thin out the herd a little bit. I don't think all these guys are 100% confident in their sprints. So there's got to be some tactical thing here. It's a hard circuit to attack from, though, I must admit. And here we go, an attack right from the front, right as we're talking about it.
Oh, so this will be Trek Segafredo going with what looks like Simmons, I think. And now everybody going to respond here.
The first attack out of a group like this is normally not the attack that's going to stick, especially if you do it from the front. But like I said, this circuit, there's no really great place to attack because all the uphill sections are just kind of short, and then you have a turn right after it.
Lozano getting dropped at the back of the lead group. And we'll see if we can get up there. Take a look at the leaders here.
He's had a fantastic day. Obviously had some issues that he had to deal with his last 10 or 15 miles with maybe a bike change or getting refueled. But he's had an amazing ride.
Murphy letting a little gap open up here. That's not good. Not sure if he was back at the car or what.
Yeah, you're starting to see a little bit of separation, a little chinks in the armor of some of these guys here. I mean, it's been a long race, long race.
It's Alexander Balmer letting a little gap open up at the back. He's having a little bit of trouble. Simmons is back into the group. And now we'll see if Tom Skoinge goes next. Maybe the old 1-2 from Trek Segafredo here.
Tom's is such a good rider when it comes down to tactics, finding that perfect opportunity to attack when everyone else is either too tired to respond or not expecting it. He is super at this sort of finish.
just keep waiting to see the first rider get out of the saddle here.
Yeah, that first little jab that Quinn Simmons threw was effective, but at the same time, it kind of lets people know that he's going to be the aggressor.
Right.
So, like I said, I didn't think the first attack would stick, but here he goes again. Or is that Tom's now?
That's going to be Skoinch going now. So they did. They pulled the old 1-2 here for Trek Segafredo. Simmons goes first. Tom Skoinch will go here as they go back through the line. Seeing 2 laps to go on the counter. 2 more times around the circuit. And now EF is going to counter over the top of that one. It's on in downtown Maryland. This Baltimore circuit is going to give us a great show, a great finish to this race. And it's such an interesting setup with these 12 riders because none of them are great sprinters in this group. There's some good sprinters, there's some okay sprinters, but this is not what these guys were designed to do. They, you know, the breakaway is done. They got what they came for, and now we got to figure out who the best sprinter in this group is, and none of them are great sprinters.
Yeah, and I find it a little bit troubling that both of the team Jayco riders are towards the back. They should be a little bit split up, or at least a little bit further up in the front to respond to some of these attacks. But maybe this is tactics. Maybe their director, Matt White, has this all as part of his master plan. But this was some of the technical, sort of typical urban roads that they're going to have to deal with. This is really the only section where they have this sort of thing on the course.
We did see Alexandra Balmer up there earlier, and now Nicholas Schultz sitting at the back here for the Bike Exchange Jayco squad. Again, those will be the guys in the dark to light blue fade. With numbers 14 Nicholas Schultz and number 16 Alexandra Balmer. A lot of folks awaiting at the finish here because so many people have come together to make this race happen. And again, it has been over 3 years in the works between COVID and the delays of being able to hold big time events like this back in a big city. All of the partners have come together to really put on an incredible show. And I think we're really happy with how things have been going out there, including some of the sponsors here at the Maryland Cycling Classic.
I'm here with Anton DeRue of UnitedHealthcare, the presenting sponsor for the first Maryland Cycling Classic. Any nerves for you today?
We're really excited about today. We know it's going to go well. You know, there's a ton of work being done by all partners to make sure that this happened. We know it's taken a couple of years, but we know today's going to be great. We're excited, not nervous.
Absolutely. I know the riders are definitely excited. I know the riders are definitely a little nervous. I had a chance to see the course yesterday and also see the closing circuit this morning. Did you get a chance to ride it all?
I did. I rode the 30 miles yesterday. Great course, very hilly. I'm expecting a really good race today.
Being the presenting sponsor of such a huge race here in America, I mean, we haven't had a race of this magnitude in about 5 years. What was it at UHC where you guys said, I need to be a part of this?
Yeah. So at UHC, our mission is to help people live healthier lives, and that mission aligns perfectly with a race like this. We also want to bring cycling to Maryland. We want the kids and the people who are going to be down there today and along the race course to see, get excited, and hopefully get some of them motivated to hit the trail or start cycling themselves. You know, to make people healthier is such a strong part of our mission, and this, as I said, aligns perfectly with that.
And we really appreciate that. I'm a big advocate for being outside, getting people moving, and so USC is, doing a great job with supporting that. So appreciate you. Thanks for having us here and supporting the event.
Great. Thanks for all you do for cycling as well.
Thank you so much.
One of the longtime sponsors of bike racing here in the United States. They had a team for a long time and have always supported all of the races, and of course, the charity rides as well. We raised money for the UnitedHealthcare Children's Foundation earlier. So nice to have their support here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. Back up to the front group in their penultimate lap. About a lap and 3/4 remaining for these guys. Simmons and Skoinch have been the only two to try to attack out of that front group. Everyone else has been sitting in watching those two Trek Segafredo moves go.
And the human yo-yo, David Lozano from Team Novo Nordisk, is back in the group. So I tell you, this guy is a fighter. There's no doubt about it.
So again, this is your chase group on the way in. Galopin, Nealance, Murphy, Carpenter, and Frere. So we'll go back up to the front once we get a chance, but these guys inconsequential right now. You can see the difference in speed in the second group. These guys not super motivated on a 5-minute gap. Back up to the front group, waiting for the jump. EF easy posts, keeping their guys a little farther back, so they're not super worried about something going. Magnus Cort almost at the very back, just in front of Lozano there. Number 33 on his back. So we'll see if his teammates Paulus and Piccolo go. There's another little split.
Yeah, the chess game is in full effect right now. You don't want to show your strength too soon, but you want to manipulate those riders to be where you want them to be. And when there's this many of them, anything can happen at any time. But you see the speed has come down. This has turned out to be more of a mental, tactical battle. It's just going to be who's the first to flinch and who's the first to actually shoot the bullet that actually hits the target.
So I think that'll be Scoinge up on the front. Beautiful views of the Inner Harbor here.
Yeah, the crowd is building and building.
Wow,
look at that. This is like a finish of the Tour de France here. This is amazing. This is what Baltimore said they were going to do, and Baltimore, you delivered. Thank you.
Baltimore came through, that's for sure. Maryland came through. The Maryland Cycling Classic has turned out to be everything that we had hoped for return of professional racing to the United States. And now it all comes down to this front group trying to figure out how they're going to play this one. These guys are slowing down. They're playing some serious games up here. See Bierman's up on the front going, all right, where is everybody? What's going on? Why is this so easy? Why am I at the front?
You know, it gets me thinking, you know, these guys did work so well together. There's not one guy that's uber fresh than the other one, right, or more fresh than the other one. Right. I think they're all kind of, oh boy, you know, we definitely made the effort to get us here. And now it's just going to be that one guy that's able to snap the elastic and win the race. But I think everyone in this breakaway worked so well together that they're all equally as tired.
Yeah. Remainder of the peloton going through the line, but these guys up on the front are the real story of the day today.
Yeah. And Sepp Vanmarcke, he's been around for a long time. This guy knows how to play the game. Does he have the physical ability to make the move? We'll have to see.
Bierman's going. as Quinn Simmons leads the way now. Number 1 on his back out of the saddle, lifting the tempo again. Just as things were starting to get a little too easy, Quinn Simmons says not so much. He's using this elevation. Perfect place to go right here. Now, this isn't attacking through the feed zone. This isn't an official feed zone. This is just the best place to feed here. There is nothing wrong with Quinn Simmons attacking on this portion of the course.
The problem is right there, that hill isn't steep enough or long enough, and then they come down here and make a turn, and guys are able to close the gap. So the elastic hasn't quite snapped, but Trek Segafredo just going 1-2 here.
I think Schultz might be in a little bit of trouble here. Seth Vanmarcke just went around him. He was like, this is not the wheel that I want to be on here. So Nicholas Schultz starting to struggle a little bit off the back for the Bike Exchange Jayco squad.
Big move coming up right now by Tom Squeens. They're closing it. Is this going to be the move of the race? We'll see.
Or maybe just the move that flicks Schultz and takes it down one less rider. Some good looking gaps up there at the front, though. They are getting space here.
And there's the right combination of guys up the front. You know, Team Bike Exchange Jayco, they're on the back foot here. The other teams are well represented in the front. So if it does come back together, you got 2 fresh EF Education riders and 1 fresh Trek Segafredo rider.
Trek Segafredo definitely gets the most aggressive award so far. They were the first to launch, and they've been continuing those attacks. So now these guys biding their time. Simmons is consciously choosing not to go with this one. He's looking around and waiting, but did he wait too long?
He's going to have to get his old giddy up going here, because now he was able to close that gap. That little split happened right at the right time, but he's got to be careful because he's making a lot of moves right now.
Look, and these EF guys are like, this one's going. Simmons is trying to wait as long as he can. He's trying to stay fresh here because he knows that he's got his teammate up the road. So he doesn't want to help EF Education Easy Post get there. He's going to let Tom Scoinge play this hand out, and then if it doesn't work, Simmons will be next up.
Does he have any more bullets left in that mag that he has in his gun? That's the question, because he has definitely been making some moves. He's a little bit off the wheel here. You'd want him to be a little bit more relaxed so he could counter immediately after Tom was caught. But this ain't over yet, folks.
There we go, up to the front group. And now looks like EF going to try and keep it interesting with 1 up here.
Human Powered Health, man, that was quite the dig there. That could be enough to separate these 4 guys away, but 4 is not a good number when you're going for the podium. You're always going to have 1 guy sitting on.
Well, and Zukowski just did exactly what these guys needed. For a guy like Seth Vanmarcke, this is a perfect setup by Nick Zukowski. Vanmarcke with no teammates here, but he can go from a long way out. So Vanmarcke takes over now. Zukowski goes into 3rd spot.
And if I was EF Education first, I'd try to get Magnus Kort Nielsen up to this group if at all possible. We know that Nielsen Palace does have a good sprint on him, but some tough decisions to be made right now. But there's only 3 spots on that podium, and there's 4 riders up here.
We'll see what the gap is behind these guys. And Zukowski takes a look over the shoulder, looking at Scoinge. If he takes a look back, he'll be looking at Nielsen Palace, and if he takes a look back, it's Seth Vanmarcke. Those are your 4 riders that have made the split here.
They're coming into the part of the course that goes a little bit to the left and then uphill. This would be a good place to attack if you have it and you're not confident in your sprint.
Again, this is back to the 5-rider chase. 13, 14, 15, and 16th places on the road. Oh, and look at this separation. Palace trying to close the gap now. This gap is too big. He should be closing this down. He needs to get up on that wheel. That's not a decision by Palace. He was just a little late on the uptake here. Vanmarcke.
You don't want to play chicken with Seth Vanmarcke, and Nielsen saw that right away and closed the gap. That was very, very smart of him.
Vanmarcke looking back a lot here, so I'm wondering if those other guys are still fairly close. We'll see if maybe the camera can pan behind and see if we can get a look at what that gap is. Although if the If the moto is in this spot, that means it can't be that close for the remaining riders out of the original break of 12. Everyone looking around. Scoinge moves off the front. Now Vanmarcke. Oh, little gap opening here for Tom Scoinge, and it's these little efforts. This is what they're going to be paying for later on in the day here as they get into the last circuit of racing here. We talk about the micro efficiencies and the importance of saving every watt that you can. Now that's going to be some lap traffic ahead of them, so they're starting to pick up riders that are getting dropped out of the peloton. Oh, it's going to get crazy up here.
Now on this home straight view, we should get a good view of the distance between these 4 riders and the chasing group here.
I don't know what the protocol is in a UCI road race. In criterium racing, they would pull the peloton off this course, right? But the only place that they have to pull them was when they came onto the circuit. So if these guys start getting into lap traffic, that could be a serious problem here.
Man, Zukowski's looking good, isn't he?
This would be a huge win for Zukowski here. The only non-world team rider in this break of 4. Trek Segafredo, EF Education Easy Post.
That gap is obviously big if they're letting spectators go across the road here. So
you're right.
I think we have our winner out of these 4 riders here. But like I said, there's only 3 spots on that podium, and you don't want to finish 4th today.
That'll take us down to 1 lap to go. Final time around the circuit here. Zukowski pulling off.
What a stellar final group. What a great race this has been.
I love this. And this is exactly what we anticipated, a select group, but I had no idea it would happen this way. Even the group of 12 splitting on the circuits. I mean, no one would have predicted that. It was like, if you make it into that group on the circuits, you're set and you're going to sprint there. But they went from 12 down to 4. Now Zukowski going to try and go again. This kid is unstoppable today.
Tell you, he has got something going right for him, but I like the decisions that Nielsen Palace, he seems to be very tuned in to what he needs to do, what gap he needs to close. But that wasn't a split on the final circuit of this front group. That was an absolute explosion.
Yeah.
These guys were exhausted. They were all trying to fake it, and now we have the 4 guys that really have the energy left in their legs to see it through to the final of this race.
Well, so now all these guys can do is hope that their teammates up the road can pull it off, or that they'll be able to settle for a 5th place sprint finish today.
Each one of these guys has a massive amount of pressure on their shoulders right now. It's their team, it's the points at hand, and it's going to be between these 4 guys. Those other guys aren't coming back.
Nielsen talking with the group here. Saw him talking with Sepp Vanmarcke earlier, and now he's talking to the whole group. Zukowski talking back.
Zukowski is, he doesn't have the responsibility to go and drive this group.
Yeah.
These other teams, these World Tour teams, they need the points. He's doing a little bit too much right now.
Zukowski's like, I know how much you make. Do your work.
Unless he's got diamonds in his legs right now, I would say just come off the gas, sit 4th wheel, let these other guys kind of. I would not want to go head-to-head with Sepp Vanmarcke or Tom Squeens in a tactical battle, that's for sure. See, Sepp Vanmarcke keeps being able to manipulate those pieces that on the chessboard the way that he wants them.
Is that what he's doing? Is trying to gap him off here?
He's just making him make those few other quicker decisions, and Nielsen isn't as tactically experienced as him, but Nielsen's pedal stroke looks great to me. He's making all the right decisions. He's lucid. Man, this is just going to be a great finishing lap.
All right, we got to take one last break here from the Maryland Cycling Classic. When we come back, it's the sprint finish in downtown Baltimore for the inaugural Maryland Cycling Classic.
With UnitedHealthcare, access to quality healthcare may be closer than you think. You'll find coverage solutions for virtually any budget, no matter where life takes you, with UnitedHealthcare. So access to care may be closer than you think when you choose UnitedHealthcare. Learn more at uhc.com.
If you're open for an unforgettable vacation, we're open for you. Plan your trip today. Maryland. Be open for it.
Say most will come stay, come and meet your people, come and find your way, This is Baltimore. You don't know real until you've been to Baltimore. So pure and real for sure. This is Baltimore.
The lead group was 24, then 12, then 4, and now they're trying to split it again in the last 5 miles of racing. As we just saw Seth Vanmarcke go on the attack. Not much changing while we were in break, but they are starting to heat up out there. They will not go quietly into the night for this break of 4 today.
No, this is great. We just saw the first little dig by Seth Vanmarcke there. You know, Belgian rider, he does
again.
these races. There he goes again. I tell you, this guy, you would not want to go to head-to-head with him very often in a finish like this. He's just so smart.
Palace going to try and cover it. Tom Scoinge says, thank you very much, Nielsen. Oh, no. Vehicle getting onto the course.
Okay, that's going to slow the pace up here. No one wants to attack into the back of a car.
They went to the other side here.
Ooh, this is going to be a good one.
Oh, Zukowski going to go now. And they're not going to respond to it. They're letting this guy go. This may be a fatal mistake for these three, as now Nick Zukowski gets the gap. If he stays on this guy can win the bike race. But the problem is Seth Vanmarcke is going to close it down. Now Vanmarcke goes, but he waited a long time to cover it. It was a delayed response for these guys to chase down Zukowski, and that's the advantage that Zukowski has in this group. He is the underestimated rider in this group of 4. They're not taking him seriously, and if he can use that to his advantage, he may be able to slip away here and upset these guys.
Sepp had to play poker there a little bit. He couldn't respawn right away, but all these guys are strong. They were able to close that down. Normally you see one guy get spit off the back there, but this is going to come down to the end.
So Vanmarcke not chasing. Would that be to kind of tell Tom Scoinge and Nielsen Palace, like, hey, you guys have to help too?
100%, 100%. But now everybody knows his game. He showed his cards. You can see he's fast, he's strong, he's smart. But do these guys have anything to fight him with? I mean, this is very, very interesting finish. And but Seth Vanmarcke has done this many, many times. There again, he's able to move to the back. Zukowski should have stayed a little bit further back there.
This is a great final lap. Inside 4 miles of racing to go. Closer to 3. Zukowski's best chance of winning this is going to be attacking late. I mean,
from the back, not
like
the front.
Right. If he waits for a sprint, he's going to lose. But if they let him go and he gets just that little window, the tiniest window is all that he needs.
Now he just needs to go all the way to the back. Do not let Sepp. No.
Yep, Seth Vanmarcke knows exactly what he's trying to do here. Or Vanmarcke is already, just like you, seeing what the right thing to do for Zukowski here would be.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Sepp just played him right there.
When a guy puts the hand and tells you to move up like that, that's when you just hit the brakes.
At 4 miles to go, you're not helping me, my friend.
Yeah.
Like, this is not helping me up a hill. This is not trying to keep this breakaway together. That was just trying to keep Zukowski off the back.
Yep.
Now he's got it. Now he's got the position.
He just needs to stay there until he finds that perfect moment to just attack without any of these guys seeing him right away. He's obviously strong. We've seen that. He looks great, but so do these other three guys.
Vanmarcke looking back.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. Zukowski, good job.
Vanmarcke letting a little gap open up here. Maybe trying to take Zukowski off the back. Remember the old Saturn sit-up here in the U.S.? They would take you into the last couple corners, let that gap off a little bit. Here goes Paulus out of the saddle now.
Sepp seems very confident right now.
Yeah.
In both in the tactics and in the feeling in his legs.
Vanmarcke looks like he's having fun when he attacks. The way that he's riding and sort of weaving through the group, he just looks, yeah, I agree. He looks like the most comfortable guy out of this group of four. Although Zukowski looks like he's got the biggest guts out of anybody here.
But riding the way that Vanmarcke is riding right now, you don't learn that over racing over here in the States very often. Right. That's a European tactic. That's the trickiness. That's the really cagey European tactics that we need to get more kids over there to Europe to learn these sort of techniques, because it's could come down to that.
Sounds like Piccolo has attacked out of that Chase 2 group, but we'll stay with these guys up at the front. Just waiting for the what will be race-winning move, or does this come down to 4 riders in a 750-meter sprint out of the final corner? Now back to waiting. Things slowing up a little bit. A lot of looking around here. These guys may be out of jumps at this point. I mean, we're waiting for a jump, but there may not be any left in the tank for these 4. Should Zukowski be worried about these gaps? I mean, I'm seeing a lot of gaps opening up with the last guy in line. Is that enough to be worried about this late in the race?
Zukowski can see everything in front of him, and leaving a little bit of gap and then, you know, using that to have some extra momentum to kind of slingshot around the side is just fine. I'm starting to wonder if the script has been flipped here, because all of a sudden Sepp, who was able to put the guys where he wanted them, is now kind of stuck on the front, but nope, now he's back on the back, which is a pretty dangerous place to have him.
Same thing. If Vanmarcke can attack from the back of the group here and catch them off guard, that's a real problem for these guys. You don't want to do it on the downhill. We'll probably do it on a flat or an uphill. Looking for some distance markers along the course here. See if we can get an update on distance remaining. Goes Zukowski off to the side.
So people watching a bike race for the first time today were like, what are these guys doing? They're not going, you know, all in. You don't always win the bike race by being the strongest. You win it by a combination of being strong and smart. These guys are all very, very tired. They know each other. They've raced with each other. They've been in this group for, you know, over 100 miles right now. Oh, this changes the game a little bit.
So this is going to be Piccolo, who was coming up earlier. We talked about him out of the chase, and all of a sudden Nielsen Paulus has a teammate. Uh-oh. Andre Piccolo into the mix here. Now, what does this do for Paulus?
Well, you know, this is really late in the race here. I'm starting to think that the group from behind has a chance to come back as well if Piccolo did. And maybe that's EF Education, the easy post tactic, is to get Magnus Cort Nielsen back up here, you know, to sprint for the win. Because the pace is very, very slow right now, dangerously slow.
Yep, and now here we go. EF Education easy post. brings reinforcements and then steps on the gas. This is what these guys were afraid of. This is why you can't play games. They waited too long, and Piccolo was able to come up and provide some help to Nielsen Palace. And now they have a very short window to get their plan together. I have to assume director in the car would have already called the shot here as to what happens when Piccolo gets up there.
This is the spot on the course that I signaled a lap or two ago, which is if you've got it, this is a good place to go. Maybe not from the front, though.
So now Paulus going to be first to go for EF. Piccolo will tack into the back. Now remember, these are not fresh reinforcements. It's not like Piccolo is feeling like $1 million here. He just had to come across that gap to join these guys, so he needs a little time to recover here.
Right here, if you got anything.
Great point on the course here. Yeah, a little nice wide angle of attack into this turn, into the uphill, but nobody going to go. Vanmarcke looking behind him. Here goes Piccolo now. He's going to go on the uphill. So now Andre Piccolo has gone. After joining the breakaway just 30 seconds ago, he didn't wait around long. Sepp Vanmarcke, the only one that goes with him. Palace, great teamwork here. See how Nielsen Palace lets that gap open up. He's going to force these guys to chase. He's now forcing Tom Skoinge to go around him and close that gap. And Zukowski is happy to sit on. He's like, I'll let these World Tour guys fight it out. And what tactics from EF. An incredible ride by Andre Piccolo. Oh, guys going way wide here. I think Zukowski watching Nielsen Palace and Sepp Vanmarcke off to the right-hand side of the screen here.
Before you know it, they're going to be on the final stretch.
Piccolo slowing down a little bit. Palace will get back up there. Now Tom Skoinge takes a turn at the front. Haven't seen a lot of him doing poles here over the last couple minutes because it's really been up to these EF easy post guys. So now they're going to put Piccolo up there to pull it. Piccolo, Palace, Skoinge, they're starting to tighten up the shoes. Zukowski turning the dials here.
Come on, hit it.
Piccolo just going to go. He's looking back. Skoinge trying to get there. And he will. He'll make contact. But Palace in good position. Remember, 750 meters out of that final left-hand turn. They're already starting to open it up. Piccolo out of the saddle. And now they're waiting to launch the sprint. Skoinge in good position from second wheel. Here comes Sepp Vanmarcke up the left side. Vanmarcke going to try and have a go at it from about 200 meters out. Vanmarcke has now moved to the front. Zukowski is moving up into second wheel. Zukowski has a chance to come around for human-powered help, but Sepp Vanmarcke holds on, and Vanmarcke will win in Maryland. The Maryland Cycling Classic finally has a winner, and Sepp Vanmarcke gets it done in downtown Baltimore.
He played those guys like a fiddle, but he may have jumped out a little bit early. Zukowski, wow, what a ride. What a ride by all these guys. I think that with the second EF education rider coming up there actually made it more difficult. They didn't seem like they were on the same page there.
Well, it was their race to lose. They had the numbers. They got him up there, but just couldn't defeat Sepp Vanmarcke, the first winner of the Maryland Cycling Classic, and a worthy champion. When you talk about the importance of seeing your stars and heroes racing here in the United States, this is a guy who's going to have a lot of fans here in the U.S., and they got to see him win right in their backyard.
What a day for Israel Premier Tech. They won the first stage of the Tour of Britain, and then they win the first inaugural Maryland Cycling Classic. Wow.
And a thumbs up for Sepp Vanmarcke. Remember, his teammate Jente Bierman's also in that group today, so Bierman's part of the work to keep the other guys tired, but in the end, Sepp Vanmarcke was just too strong for everyone else, and we saw it. The way that he was riding in those last 5 miles just seemed like he had that extra little bit of freshness.
And he was just a master tactician. I mean, obviously he had the confidence, but the ability to manipulate those pieces on the chessboard to where you want them. Obviously, you still have to come through with the goods in the sprint, but he just, once they hit the circuits and once that group split up, he just looked like he was the Sepp Vanmarcke of old, and this is great to see.
This is what you expect from Sepp Vanmarcke, and that's what, when we saw that group, we really were waiting for a move like that from Sepp. And in the end, it didn't really come down to a jump. It just came down to a good old-fashioned sprint to the line. As he makes his way over the podium, see if we can go back and take a look at where it played out here. Look at this move from the very back. Vanmarcke goes over top of all 4 of them at about 100, 150 meters out. And all the credit in the world to Nick Zukowski, man. What a ride for him. The human-powered health rider almost got there against a world team.
Great ride, great ride.
If that line was 50 meters longer, we might have a different winner today.
Yeah, that was definitely on the cusp of starting to sprint a little bit too late there, that's for sure. But it's impossible to calculate, and it worked out for him. We have an American on the podium. We got a great second place finisher from Team Human Powered Health, basically on their home roads. You see the chain, you see the road is so bumpy. Anything could have gone wrong there, but it didn't for Sepp Vanmarcke today. Look at that, his wheels skidding from side to side.
Wow, that's a lot of power.
That is power with vibration.
Well, Zukowski knew he was going to sprint. We saw him tightening up the BOA dials on the shoes in the last 500 meters. He knew it was coming.
Zukowski's a young rider. He learned a lot today.
Yeah.
And if he wants to learn more, he should go back and watch what the way that Sepp Vanmarcke rode that, especially that last
comes to the United
lap.
States and absolutely schools a group of 4. Tell me what it feels like.
Oh, I'm super happy, of course. I think my last win was about 3 years ago. Since then I had a lot of bad luck, and only 2 weeks ago I bruised my ribs in a race and a big crash, and because of this I had to take off for some. I couldn't race some races. I was really disappointed, but I guess sometimes bad luck you can turn into good luck.
Well, you're definitely a seasoned rider, and you have won the inaugural Maryland Cycling Classic. Would you compare any of this race to a Belgian Classic?
Well, it's really difficult. I mean, it was a really interesting course, very hilly, actually harder than expected in the first part. And then the local lap was technical, but because of the big roads, also not that technical. But it was really hot today, super demanding. So I don't know how to compare to a Belgian race, but it makes me feel like a little bit like Quebec, Montreal kind of races.
You've had some really big wins in your career, Paris-Roubaix being one of them. How does this stack up to some of those races?
A little correction, unfortunately, I was second in Roubaix, not winning. But anyway, I was close, and I didn't win so many times in my career, so it's really nice. I'm really happy to finally win again.
Absolutely. Congratulations on a massive victory today, and you're the first Maryland Cycling Classic winner, and it's got to be awesome.
Yeah, I'm proud of it.
Awesome.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A modern classic here at the Maryland Cycling Classic, as Sepp Vanmarcke, the expert in single-day races gets it right here today. Not quite a classic, but maybe we'll start a new category of fall class, the late season classics.
Why not? Why not? He said it himself, like he doesn't win that much. He's always there.
Right.
He's always smart, but sometimes he's lacking that little punch there at the end. But today he was just clicking on all cylinders.
And you could tell he was having fun out there. Just the way he was riding was, yeah, just loose, smooth, just.
And having Steve Bauer as your director must be amazing.
Well, there you go. Vanmarcke, Zukowski, and Paulus going to be on the podium. Little gap back to Tom Skoinge, and then Andre Piccolo. Great ride for him today. How about Piccolo coming up into the front group? Did not see that one coming.
Can you imagine he gets up to the front after chasing
No,
and then has to do the lead out?
Unbelievable. So the Italian ends up 5th place on the day as a Belgian wins here in Maryland. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, podium presentations from the first ever Maryland Cycling Classic.
UnitedHealthcare offers coverage plans designed for your unique needs, no matter where you are in life. So access to care may be closer than you think with UnitedHealthcare. Learn more at uhc.com.
If you're open for an unforgettable vacation, we're open for you. Plan your trip today. Maryland. Be open for it.
You know what they say, most who come stay, come and meet your people, come and find your way, This is Baltimore. You don't know real until you've been to Baltimore. So pure and real for sure. This is Baltimore.
32 years since we last saw a big-time bike race finish here in downtown Baltimore, and safe to say it lived up to the hype today, Bobby.
It did, and I think I was in that race 32 years ago, so here I get to watch this one. This is awesome.
Well, maybe one day we'll see one of these 5 guys out of the breakaway in the commentary booth 32 years from now. I hope we're celebrating the 33rd annual Maryland Cycling Classic in 32 years.
But just again, what a day. I mean, from start to finish, from the moment we got here on Thursday till the end of the race, it's just been perfect. So great job to all the sponsors, all the volunteers, all the staff. It's just, it takes a lot of people to make something like this and to pull it off the way it came off. And I tip my hat to you, everyone.
This guy's sprinting for the remaining places out there on course. But Baltimore and the state of Maryland have a lot to be proud of out there. All right, so it sounds like we're going to try and catch up with some more riders from that front group as we get ready for our podium presentation. We'll be recognizing our sprint winners, our KOM winners. That's going to be Quinn Simmons, and then we'll get into the rest of our jersey presentations here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. All right, so it sounds like we've got Quinn Simmons, so let's go back down to Rasan Bahati with our King of the Mountain.
Yes, that's right. The King of the Mountain from Trek Segafredo, Quinn Simmons, out on the inaugural Maryland Cycling Classic. What a brutal race. How did it go for you?
Yeah, it was a bit strange. You know, normally don't see a big group go like that, but I could feel early on that it was just going to split up with the disparity in the riders here. And yeah, obviously I think we had ambition for a bit more, especially as it being my closest to hometown race, but yeah, at least I think we made it entertaining, and I hope people enjoyed watching it.
Well, I can tell you I enjoyed watching it, and all the thousands of people here in downtown Baltimore enjoyed watching it. You had a great, in my opinion, Tour de France. Your breaks all the time. How did that play out? Did that experience help with your race today?
Yeah, I mean, every time you're out front, you learn something new, and unfortunately, I seem to be really good at getting really close and not being able to finish the deal. So, yeah, it's starting to sting a bit, but yeah, it's all we get.
Well, it sting too much. You are the king here on the inaugural Maryland Cycling. I think that's something to be proud of.
Yeah, it's something, and you know, like I said before the start, we always want to put on a show for the fans, and yeah, at least in it was an interesting race and something different, and really enjoyed everyone that was out. For sure, the crowds were higher than what I expected, and all day people out front. It's a nice experience.
Awesome. You hear that, Baltimore? Crowds are big. Congratulations on your KOM.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sure he would have rather had a race win, but the consolation prize, the King of the Mountain jersey, better than nothing. It's better than a stick in the eye.
Yeah, Trek Segafredo came here to win. They didn't win, but they can go away, with their head held high. They had two riders, very, very well represented up in the front, and it just didn't go their way today.
Well, and again, we answered so many questions about this course and about this race today that I think a lot of riders going into next year and the following year into 2024 are going to go back and try and glean some information or what they can from the way that this one played out, because you never really know until you race it, right? You can talk about it on paper all you want. You can sort of game it out with the team, but until you get out there and get the rubber on the road, you never really know how a course or a race is going to play out. So see the press gathering for the podium presentation. That is just a couple minutes away. So we'll take one more quick break here. And when we come back, we're awarding our winners at the Maryland Cycling Classic.
Low to no cost coverage options to fit virtually any budget. So access to care may be closer than you think with UnitedHealthcare. Learn more at uhc.com.
If you're open for an unforgettable vacation, we're open for you. Plan your trip today. Maryland. Be open for it.
You know what they say, most who come stay, come and meet your people, come and find your way, This is Baltimore. You don't know real until you've been to Baltimore. So pure and real for sure. This is Baltimore.
Welcome back. Podium in place and awaiting athletes on the line here as the sun sets on the Inner Harbor. Last few guys finishing their day up.
I've never seen riders finishing when there's
no
podium presentation.
We don't do a lot of podiums in the middle of the road, though.
I like it.
I like it too. This comes from the American criterium scene. Okay. This is how we do it in a lot of the U.S. crits here. You get the arch in the background. You get the fans. It's very nice. Yeah,
look at all the people still. This is fantastic.
Love seeing the Air Train fans here. The flag and the umbrellas. They have one of the most dedicated fan bases to cycling.
And so many countries represented here. So many riders from so many different countries. I think they're all going to go away saying that Baltimore was a great trip and they want to come back next year.
Well, certainly impressed me. That's for sure. And we still have to go out and get you some Maryland blue crabs after this. I got a great spot for a crab cake sandwich. cold
I've heard
beer.
a lot about them. I don't know if I've ever had a blue crab, so I may have to take you up on that.
A lot of guys, this will be their last race of the season. This would be the end of their calendar year. Maybe some extra celebrations going on tonight in Baltimore for those riders. Although a lot of these guys will go up to Canada after this for the Montreal-Quebec World Tour duo. So not quite over for them, but this is your last one. This isn't a bad place to celebrate.
Not at all, not at all.
We have our racers, I think. And of course, we have you guys.
So again, your top 5 with Vanmarcke, Zukowski, and Paulus on the podium. Rough day for Trek Segafredo. I mean, they had it. The numbers were there. The situation was there. Ending up 4th and I guess what'll be 6th for Nielsen or for Quinn Simmons. A little disappointing for them.
But like you said, they were super aggressive once they got to the circuits and maybe just overplayed their hand a little bit, maybe overestimated what the amount of gas they had left in the tank. But, you know, I got to respect that. They brought the race to the other guys.
Kelly, we'd like
they
you
just
to
got
finish line.
outmaneuvered at the end.
John Kelly.
Well, Nicholas Zukowski might be my new favorite rider in this group. The Human Powered Health rider did such a great job. Undergunned, outnumbered, and somehow found a way to go up against one of the best classics finishers out there. I mean, yes, he's going to look back at this and say I got 2nd place, but he's going to look back and say I got 2nd place to Sepp Vanmarcke.
For those of you who are joining
He's
us
got
right
plenty
now,
of time to learn these things, and he obviously has the horsepower in the legs. And like you said, if it was 25, 50 meters longer, he would have been on the top step of the podium. But I'm happy for him. I'm sure that he's happy. His team has to be happy. What a way to represent here in Baltimore.
I hope he is. I hope he doesn't dwell on what could have been and is able to celebrate what is.
In any professional cycling event, we all have what we call credentials, but for a photo shot, credentials go out the door.
Well, I see the dignitaries, I see the flowers, I see the photographers. I think now we're just waiting on some bike racers. Do you get to enjoy a win after this, or are you like right into the media circus? I mean, you kind of get hustled onto the podium and then into the interview and then into the press conference and then anti-doping. And it's like, when do you really get a chance to kind of celebrate and realize what you've done?
I mean, it's special. You're at those things that you just mentioned because you won a bike race.
So it's part of the celebration.
It's part of it. But the real celebration will be tonight with all your teammates, with all the staff, when you raise a glass of champagne and just congratulate everyone. You know, Sepp finished it off, but everyone that came here. Steve Bauer, I'm sure, was in his ear. Steve Bauer was one of my heroes growing up, and now he's passing this knowledge down to all the riders on his team. So it's funny how you do just get rushed off into the podium, but it's part of it.
All right, looks like we are just about ready to go. So we're going to go down to Chad Andrews, our PA announcer, for our podium presentation.
Third place, and your bronze medalist, racing for EF Education Easy Post, out of the USA, Nielsen Paulus. Flowers are being presented by Al Hutchison, CEO of Visit Baltimore. second place, racing for human powered health out of Canada. Give it up for Nicholas Zukowski. Your presenter, Leonard Howie, County Executive, Baltimore County. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 Maryland Cycling Classic winner for Israel Premier Tech. Please give it up for Belgium's Sepp Vanmarcke. Your presenter, Joe Okaplanti, CEO Mid-Atlantic UnitedHealthcare. We're going to have to get it. Thank you. I like that.
Vanmarcke slipping on the yellow jersey after an incredible day of racing. Just over 120 miles on the roads of Baltimore County.
Once again, your top three. Thank you, gentlemen. Be careful getting off the stage. We appreciate it. Warm round of applause for our top three again. Look at Nielsen. All right, we still have a little bit more to go, guys. We have our jerseys to present, and also a quick word with Sepp Vanmarcke when we can. Hey, you guys want to know what herding cats is like? This is herding cats. Now we have best young rider, we have most aggressive rider, we have sprint, KOM, and of course your overall winner. Still doing a little tabulating.
Yeah. It was very demanding, very nice race. Thanks. Thanks a lot for organizing.
All right, just a second. I'm going to interview here with Sepp Vanmarcke, your champion. Make sure that we get the levels right. Oh, get all the water you want, my man. You good? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the Maryland Cycling Classic champion for Israel Premier Tech, Sepp Vanmarcke. Sepp, tell us a little bit about the last 15 miles. The race seemed a lot harder than we had originally thought. Hard from the gun, get it going. Tell us a little bit about how it unfolded.
Yeah, actually, we also thought it would be a sprint because the first part was demanding, but the final lap didn't seem to be too hard, so we thought it would be a sprint. Anyway, pretty soon in the race, there was a big breakaway, and because every team had a couple of guys involved, the peloton had to let go. And from then on, actually, from the start, it became a hard race. The first part was harder than we expected. It was super nice, but a lot of climbing. And then when we headed back to this lap, let's say halfway the first part, EF had accelerated. We were only with 12 guys anymore. When we came back to the lap, it was a beautiful lap also. After this hard part, it was technical, but not too much. It was still hard, and also with the heat, it became a really hard race. And from then on in the final, it was attacking, and making sure you made the right moves. And on the last lap, when we were only with 4 guys anymore, it was very tactical. But me personally, I felt strong. I felt I was probably the fastest. So I tried to keep the guys who attacked close to me. And anyway, it worked out. I had to play very tactical. And the last 200 meters, I had to go all in, and I just made it to the finish line.
You answered every question I was going to ask in one breath. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, your Maryland Cycling Classic champion for Israel Premier Tech, Sepp Vanmarcke. Congratulations.